Muy buenos días a todos ustedes, que es hoy es miércoles, no sé por qué les iba a decir que feliz lunes. Oiga, buenas noticias para todos nosotros, ¿no? Ya casi llegamos a viernes. Les tengo una pregunta antes de empezar todo este choro. Ayer reportó Rivian y los reportes de Rivian de ingresos obviamente no fueron buenos, ¿ok? La acción está siendo castigada en este momento. Pero del otro lado, estamos viendo que ahorita, de aquí a septiembre, probablemente vayan a romper récord de ventas en un cuarto mínimo de los últimos o año o 2 años. La razón por qué es sencilla, porque están cerrando el incentivo de los coches eléctricos en Estados Unidos, lo que está haciendo que después de septiembre, que es cuando van a eliminar esos incentivos de coches eléctricos, van a hacer que los precios suban. Entonces, todo el mundo está yendo a comprar coches eléctricos. Díganme, y esta es la pregunta para todos ustedes, porque es lo que se me hace interesante, ¿cuál es el presente? ¿El reporte de ingresos o lo que estamos viendo hoy? Porque el mercado está tomando en cuenta en este momento el reporte de ingresos. El precio de Rivian bajó de 12.40, ahorita pre-mercado estaba en 11, básicamente $1 abajo, que es bastante en una acción que cuesta $11. Es un 10%. Entonces, y eso solamente es para abrir. Entonces les pregunto, ¿cuál es el ahora? ¿Cuál es el hoy? Y aquí, damas y caballeros, quiero dar las bienvenidas a todos ustedes. Bienvenidos a este casino, el tío Salo, por supuesto. Ya saben, ahorita vamos a estar analizando todos estos precios para poder tomar las mejores decisiones posibles, hacer una lana, divertirnos haciendo trading también, haciendo scalping en cortas temporalidades y también comprando las cosas que nos gusten. Pero también tenemos que invertir a largo plazo y por eso tenemos que platicar de estas cosas. Ahora les voy a traer a Farhan y a Alex para que podamos analizar las tablas como siempre. Y obviamente todo el análisis ocurre en inglés, se los paso en español y de ahí seguimos para adelante y espero que esto les funcione a todos ustedes. Muy buenos días a todos los que están acá en el chat de Lead Trading Academy, de Ramón. Ede y Ramón en realidad son los únicos tempraneros. Bienvenidos. No los culpo, honestamente, no los culpo. Ok, vamos a platicar de esto rápidamente. Para todos ustedes, si son nuevos en este canal, este es un problema en el que me encuentro todo el tiempo, donde la gente está viendo la realidad y le dicen al presente los datos que les están dando. Ahora, en un reporte de ingresos de una empresa es mucho más sencillo que verlo con datos de gobierno, ¿no? Cuando Rivian reporta y te dice, güey, nos fue del culo el mes pasado, el trimestre pasado, pues entiendes qué es lo que fue. Pero cuando vienen los datos de gobierno y luego te dan revisión, ese no es el presente. Y es el punto que quiero hacer. El presente es lo que está pasando en este momento, ¿ok? Y ahí es donde tenemos que hacer preguntas de cómo va a afectar esto a lo que estoy haciendo. Si estoy invirtiendo en Rivian, ¿cómo va a afectar en este momento lo que estamos viendo? Y ahorita voy a expandir un poco más en esto para que todos ustedes que estén pensando en Rivian, que estén pensando en Tesla como el tío Salo, entiendan dónde estoy parado con esto mentalmente al día de hoy y por qué. Y por qué, dónde estamos parados el día de hoy. Creo que se me hace muy importante y para todos entenderlo. Y esto siempre ha sido un problema que he tenido. Por ejemplo, cuando les dije en 2021, estaba haciendo el podcast de Emprendedores con Roy, dije, güey, China y Estados Unidos se están separando y se están yendo por su propio lado. Todo el mundo, todos, 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 incluyendo al gran Ro, todos dijeron, güey, no hay forma alguna de que China y Estados Unidos se estén separando. Sonaba completamente ridículo, ¿no? Sobre todo económicamente hablando, porque, pues, güey, van a perder los dos, no hay un ganador. ¿Por qué harían eso? Y la gente comenzó teoría de conspiración. El día de hoy, si me volteo y les digo, ¿qué pasa si China y Estados Unidos arreglan sus problemas una vez que hayan solucionado todos los nuevos aranceles alrededor del mundo, hayan puesto todas las trabas comerciales para hacer proteccionismo de economías locales, por ejemplo, como Estados Unidos lo ha hecho con Apple, comparado con agarrar tecnología de Huawei y todas estas cosas? ¿Qué pasa en esa situación? Donde ahorita les cuento eso y todo el mundo es de, no, güey, China y Estados Unidos nunca van a volver a ser amigos. ¿Dónde está el presente? Es una teoría de conspiración hasta que ya es muy obvio. Otra cosa, otro ejemplo de estos. Les hablé sin cansarme de que las monedas estables iban a ser como Estados Unidos, iba a arreglar su problema de deuda y cómo iba a ser el futuro de todo y cómo iban a básicamente tomar el rol de las CBDCs que siempre nos han estado prometiendo y ese banco europeo siempre espantando a todos los europeos con ¡se vienen las CBDCs! ¿No? Pero ya ahí toma tu moneda estable, pendejo. Y en todo este tiempo, desde que empecé a decir eso, que fue 2022, 2023, me dijeron que estaba loco. Al día de hoy, antes de que lo anunciaran y todavía había propuesto los mecanismos de esto, y les dije, lo que va a pasar es las monedas estables van a convertirse en la manera de absorber esa deuda que nadie quiere comprar en Estados Unidos y por ende acabar con ese problema. Pinche conspiranoico, me dijiste que Bitcoin se iba a ir a 100,000 y nunca subió de 69 y luego dijiste que iba a 10 y nunca bajó de 15, eres un pendejo y no sabes nada. Es lo primero que salen a decirme, que tienen toda la razón del mundo, por cierto, no voy a discutir de ello. Pero cuando estamos hablando de cosas así, estoy viendo el día de hoy. Yo personalmente, y como pero, y esto es lo que a mí me ayuda, es no estoy viendo los resultados de Rivian al trimestre de ahorita diciendo esto es lo que está pasando hoy. Porque eso no me haría dejar tomar las decisiones correctas con mi dinero y también pensar correctamente en lo que viene. Porque si yo entiendo también que por más malo que haya sido el último cuarto, el siguiente va a ser un súper explosivo cuarto a la alza, en lo que todo el mundo ahorita se está panicando, existe un buen trade. Y ahora, esto es un buen trade, esto no es una inversión a largo plazo. Y si nos metemos a analizar esto, solamente para acabarlo, y nos metemos a lo de Rivian, simplemente la pregunta es, ¿por qué estás viendo los datos del pasado y los cuentas como hoy en vez de ver lo que está pasando hoy? Y yo no tengo una bolita mágica, no puedo ver el futuro, no puedo hacer nada de eso. Pero, por ejemplo, con lo de las monedas estables, que me dijeron de todo y que no es cierto y que no sabes de lo que estás hablando y que es esto y el otro, que no tomo ofensa, entiendo perfectamente, soy un pendejo youtuber, no hay más, ¿no? Eh, pero cuando esto se vuelve ya en sí, no sé cómo decirle, si está entrando en el cerebro de la gente, se está volviendo opinión popular o no, pero por ejemplo, vi un video de José Luis Cava que se está yendo viral en todos lados, donde él explica lo que les he estado diciendo por mucho tiempo, pero se dio cuenta hasta ahora. Lo de las monedas estables son la trampa para que nos traguemos toda la deuda de Estados Unidos nosotros al comprarla y le paguemos a los bancos para que ellos hagan dinero con el arbitraje de los bonos y el dinero que les estamos dando, para que ellos hagan ese pago de los bonos les llegue a ellos y hagan más dinero, ¿no? Y que nosotros les compremos sus bonos. Pero hasta hace literalmente una semana o dos, fue teoría de conspiración lo que estaba pasando hoy. Y ahora que ya lo dicen, cuando lo empezaron a decir y empezó a salir como snippets de gente que se empezó a dar cuenta, me los mandaban y me decían, güey, tal vez tengas razón. Una vez más, esto es la realidad al día de hoy. Aquí es donde tenemos que educarnos a ver esto, porque en verdad ayuda muchísimo. Sientes como que estás leyendo el futuro, pero las personas viven en el pasado. Es una cosa muy loca. Y hoy, el video de José Luis Cava, viral, explotando y todo el mundo, wow, genio, crack, ya que lo establecieron. Esto pasó hace mucho. ¿Por qué nos tardamos tanto en aceptar el presente? Es la pregunta que les tengo a todos ustedes. Y ahora con Rivian vamos a ver el presente, antes de irnos justamente ahorita con Alex y con Fajan. Con Rivian vamos a ver el presente para toda la gente que esté emocionada. Esto es un trade, les voy a ser honesto. Existen tres diferentes maneras de invertir o de hacer dinero con la bolsa. Tradear rápido, adentro y afuera, puede ser una semana, 2 semanas, 3 semanas, un mes, 2 meses. Puedes hacerlo también con futuros o con opciones, ¿no? Que es apostar, aparte usar leverage. Y la otra es invertir a muy largo plazo, que es lo que yo estoy buscando con esta plática, ¿no? No estoy buscando nada más, no estoy buscando hacer un trade rápido, aunque un trade rápido en esto más o menos me saldría. Pero ahora tenemos que entender esto. Vamos a poner la situación. ¿Quieres invertir en Rivian el día de hoy? ¿Quieres invertir en Tesla? Y por cierto, esto aplica para todas las marcas de coches eléctricos, todas. No solamente Rivian. Todas van a tener este mismo empuje, auge, etcétera, del tercer cuarto. Entonces, este cuarto, resultados salen mal, el precio de Rivian se cae. Estamos cotizando en 11.97. Ahorita estamos 1.48% abajo comparado con ayer, ¿no? Con la última sesión del mercado. Bien. Esto fue por noticias del último cuarto que ya pasó. En este momento, Rivian está vendiendo a un paso desmedido junto con Tesla, junto con los EVs de Ford, todo esto. Todos ellos están vendiendo como locos. Si ahorita todo el mundo está vendiendo y después la consecuencia va a ser, nos van a dar un siguiente cuarto tremendo, eso debería decir, güey, pues qué fácil, vamos a apostar para arriba. Pero si estás viendo un poco más allá de tu nariz, que es lo que recomendaría a todos, tendrías que entender que lo que ocurrió después de haber empujado la demanda para adelante con los aranceles al principio con los coches normales, lo que ocurrió fue un desplome gigantesco para este cuarto que viene en coches normales, pero los eléctricos van a cubrir a las marcas que tienen los dos. Y si vamos a ir a un último cuarto del año donde todo esté en la mierda, ¿cuál es tu apuesta? Díganme en los comentarios de abajo, ¿cuál es la apuesta? ¿Estás apostando hoy a los datos malos para que suban a los datos buenos del tercer trimestre, pero el futuro y el presente del tercer trimestre que ocurrirá del cuarto trimestre va a ser negro y lo sabes? Y ahora estoy asumiendo de que en verdad eliminen los incentivos de los coches eléctricos y que no salgan con otra mamada, otra excusa u otro pull forward en demanda. Hasta ahora no lo han hecho. ¿Cuál es la estrategia correcta hacer esto? Y les voy a decir lo que yo pienso. Yo me estoy esperando a que haya un momento crítico donde todo el mercado tenga que absorber la idea de los aranceles, el de los costos que no van a poder ser pasados a los clientes. Y estamos hablando de los productos grandes. Si te compras unos pants en Temu que cuestan $3 y ahora cuestan 5, eso sí va a ocurrir, pero en productos grandes, casas, no existe ese tipo de movimiento. Y también en productos ya más caros, no cosas de $3, $5. Ya cuando subes a los 20, 30, ya no pueden subir tanto los precios en esto. Cuando consideras todo eso, entonces sabes que los rendimientos de todas las empresas, los ingresos de todas las empresas van a ser destruidos con sus márgenes. ¿Por qué? Porque si lo vimos con inflación, lo que ocurrió fue sus márgenes mejoraron cabrón. Ahora estás viendo lo contrario, sus márgenes van a ser afectados. Entonces, ¿cuál sería tu apuesta a largo plazo en este momento? ¿Qué harías? Y les voy a decir lo que yo pienso, esperar. Todavía no existe esa sangre en el mercado, todavía no está la sangre en el agua para que los tiburones vengan a comer, no existe. Y por ende, me voy a esperar a que todo el mundo tenga el momento de José Luis Cava, donde digan, wow, qué chingón, qué locura que esté pasando esto, donde el presente se junte con todo lo que ya está aquí, donde el futuro se junte con el presente que estamos viviendo ahorita y tengamos ese pánico en todos lados. Ahí es donde voy a entrar como enfermo. Ahora, ¿esto me previene de entrar y hacer entradas chiquitas en lo que está cayendo? No, pero no estoy esperando a que rebote. No me interesa absolutamente. Si mañana, si ahorita compré Rivian y compro $100,000 millones de Rivian y mañana sube al doble, no me interesa. Voy a esperarme a que baje más porque es lo que yo creo en. De todas maneras, ya compré abajo. Y si me sale mal la esperada para abajo, yo ya estoy puesto. Lo mismo que pasó con Tesla, lo mismo que saben con Rivian y de otras cosas que no les cuento, ahí está puesto. Es todo lo que quiero que piensen, porque en verdad todo el mundo está muy distraído con datos estúpidos, sobre todo los de gobierno, que les dan en el pasado y creen que son relevantes el día de hoy. Lo único relevante el día de hoy es que la gente está en la mierda, que no tienen dinero, que están sufriendo y que no les alcanza para absolutamente nada. Eso es lo que está ocurriendo hoy. Eso se llama una recesión y esto se los juro por mi vida, porque yo estuve en el 2008, puse atención, estaba ahí parado, fue mi primer ciclo de estar en negocios y todo esto. Esto es peor que el 2008. Ahora eso va a tener una repercusión con la bolsa peor que la del 2008. No tengo ni puta idea, pero esta situación económica es peor que la del 2008. Lo que pasa es que la gente cree que una recesión es un extremo, que hay gente con espadas en la calle matándose unos a otros y hay dragones por todos lados escupiendo flamas en las vaginas de todas las mujeres. Eso no pasa, aunque no lo crean, aunque no lo crean. En fin, vámonos al casino del tío Salo. Aquí tenemos a Alex y a Farhan. Los quiero invitar a todos ustedes a que nos caigan en nuestro Discord, por supuesto, de Elite Trading Academy. Si quieren, si ya saben hacer trading o si están aprendiendo a hacer trading, cáiganle a esta comunidad, bola de degenerados todos, usando un 150,000X en todas sus compras. Aquí lo tienen, déjenme, me quito, no creo que estén perdiendo mucho. Y es súper fácil de usar esto, está el enlace aquí abajo. Y por cierto, mucha gente me dice, bueno, el enlace ya expiró. Siempre tienes que usar el enlace nuevo que hay en estos videos. El último enlace es el que funciona. Discord es la mierda más grande del planeta y no sé por qué, cuántas veces tienes que crear una invitación o no, pero así es como funciona esto. Entonces, pícale al enlace abajo en Discord si lo estás viendo hoy. Si no y te tardaste, espérate al siguiente video y le picas ahí. Aquí tenemos nuestro Discord. Todos los menús están del lado izquierdo y lo del derecho es la expansión del menú. Entonces, si le pico al análisis de Alex, por ejemplo, están aquí apareciendo todos a la derecha. Tenemos también una acá donde pone Start Here, le picas en Criptolingo y en Criptolingo te vamos a dar todas las abreviaciones que necesitas para poder entender las cosas que estamos viendo. Ahora, si no entiendes ni vergas, lo más importante para poder aprender algo y volverte una máquina en algo es hablar el lenguaje de ese algo. Y sé que todos hablamos español, sé que todos hablamos inglés, pero cuando hablas el lenguaje de ingeniería, por ejemplo, y te empiezan a platicar de términos muy específicos, te pierdes. Pero si entiendes términos de ingeniería, sería difícil que te pierdas, a menos de que ya lleguen a un nivel muy avanzado. Es lo que necesitas. Si necesitas eso, tenemos algo tenemos un cursito de $29 en nuestro sitio web por si les interesa. Pero si no, de todas maneras, da igual. Nosotros no estamos aquí para venderles eso, solamente para que entiendan que existe eso y que es como se ve. Aquí tenemos todo nuestro disco, el chat general. Este es mi favorito. Quiero siempre ver qué es lo que la gente está pensando. Hay mucha liquidez en los 115, 116. Me gusta eso. Por ejemplo, empezar a observar qué es lo que dice la gente para poder absorber. Y también, si tienes una tesis y dices, güey, ahorita va a bajar todo, y volteamos a la derecha y todo el mundo acá está diciendo, yo creo que todo va a subir, te da otro punto de vista simplemente para que puedas analizar, hagas un reanálisis de tu análisis. También vengan a compartir cuánto dinero han hecho con nosotros. ¿Cómo de que no? Vamos a ver. Está el gato mión por acá. Uy, $183 perdidillos en este long, mi queridísimo Huitzilopochtli. Acá tienes Víctor con un 145% en BTCC, un 135% en Bluffing. Vean los degenerados, 60X, un 60X. A ver este, 50X. Y yo acá tradeando con mis pobres tristes 20X. Este es un 100X. Esto a la verga es un 100X. Felicidades. Qué locura. Bola de degenerados, pero ¿saben qué me gusta? De repente sí juego una de esas, pero casi siempre pierdo con gran leverage. Honestamente, yo el juego lo puedo leer mejor a niveles en corto. Ese es nuestro Discord, aquí lo tienen, súper fácil de usar, muchísima gente por acá. Ahora, ¿quieres tradear futuros en el exchange como lo hacemos nosotros? ¿Quieres invertir en meterle a Solana, a Bitcoin, Ethereum, a Fartcoin, a tu moneda favorita? Te voy a enseñar cómo hacerlo en nuestro sitio web. Tenemos, déjeme lo pongo en español, porque, oigan, es que la clase aquí en Estados Unidos, te picas en tutos, te metes a cómo tradear en Bluffing, mi estimado. Y acá te va a enseñar en un video en 5 minutos cómo usar un exchange de futuros. En este caso tenemos Bluffing, pero también usamos BTCC y lo tienen en la descripción de abajo. La diferencia entre Bluffing y BTCC es Bluffing es simplemente un exchange de criptomonedas, todo cripto, exclusivamente. Entonces Solana, XRP, todas estas cosas están acá y puedes usar apalancamiento hasta 150X, 150 veces. $1,000 se vuelven 150,000 en una posición. Por eso también cuando ven a un güey en internet que dice, tengo un trade abierto de $12 millones, en realidad no tiene $12 millones, para que lo sepan, que es lo que mucha gente usa para hacerles bait a creer que están usando muchísimo dinero. Entonces, con esto vas a poder aprender cómo usar el exchange, cómo navegar a través de él, cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo mandar dinero, cómo transferir dinero dentro de tu propia cuenta, etcétera. Y aquí tienes la página de Bluffing. Lo mismo, y esto te va a funcionar también para BTCC. La diferencia con BTCC es BTCC tiene apalancamiento hasta 500X en criptos y también tiene acciones tokenizadas y Forex tokenizado. El dólar contra el euro. También tienes Amazon, AMD, Nvidia y todas estas otras empresas. Por cualquier cosa, aquí aprendes cómo usar tu exchange de futuros. Y pues vámonos al análisis de una vez. Aquí tengo estos cracks, vamos a traerlos, vamos a darle. Bienvenidos, Alex.
Buenos días, muchachos.
Good morning, boys.
Buenos días, motherfuckers. How are you?
You got a haircut, Alejandro? Looks good.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, very clean.
By the way, I went and got the haircut because I've been going to the beach every single fucking day, and it's been incredible. But this is so white. Yesterday, I eliminated a little bit of the whiteness, but it looked ridiculous because I'm so pale here because I had hair.
Your face.
You know what you could do? What you could do is follow the footsteps of our great Presidente and get a spray tan.
Oh, that's actually easier. That's actually easier. And also very uniform, except in the eye area. That's where it looks like the McDonald's combo didn't go well. All right,
this
let's see
market?
what's
I mean,
going on with. Let's see
this
what's going
is
on with
not-
the.
Let me share
ahead.
my
This
screen.
market is very boring. It's driving me insane. The chop is crazy. It's not fun.
Yeah.
Just up and down, up and down. But we know often when this is like this, we're probably going to see a pretty big move soon. Hopefully.
Oh yeah, it's just getting everyone, and it's always the same story. Just a little explanation for everyone. This is the longs, get the fuck out of here. Shorts, get the fuck out of here, and then we give you the move so that you're not ready. That's basically how the market. So the more you see these type of moves on the market, the more chop you see like this, which is aggressive, means a bigger move is brewing, but you never know when it's going to happen until it fucking does.
I feel like having that perspective helps too, because most chop often gives people like, oh, fuck this, I'm out. I'm done. I'm not going to look at this anymore. But when you know, like, yeah, big thing is coming from this chop, that's like, at least that's the upside of like, all right, we should be paying attention even when it's max boring.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Mr. Farjano, we're ready, mi señor Mexicano, for your analysis. Throw us some of that.
Yo soy el Mexicano. But yeah, it also helps you whenever you realize that with these big moves, the last thing the market wants is for you to make any money. So it's got to get you out of your positions.
Oh yeah.
And it also chops the fuck out of you if you try to trade it in low time frames, speaking from experience. So starting on the low time frames this time around, I'm going to start with the 4 hour. And the reason I'm starting with the 4 hour right now is because it's sitting right on that edge, right at that 38.2%. We're just kind of dancing in between getting below it and holding it. We've got about 2 hours left to go. Right now, momentum is pointed to the downside with volatility pointed up. Not quite the most bullish setup right now. What's going to be the confirmation for the breakdown for me is going to be a close below that 38.2%, which is at right now $113,900-ish. If we get a close below that 38.2%, what we're going to get is a similar move as to here and here when we tap the 61.8%. Right now, the 61.8% is sitting somewhere. Actually, this time around, tap the 78.6. 61.8% sitting somewhere around 112,900, and the 78.6 is sitting at around 111,800. Both of these would be retests of our current lows, and it would be fitting those lows on CME, because if you notice, CME has not tapped those $111,000 lows yet because it happened over the weekend. And more often than not, CME likes to put in the same type of moves that spot does, and you usually will get a realignment, and then you'll get the real move. So it does make a lot of sense to get a rejection here, come back down, get a nice little retest of these lows. Even if we're bullish, get CME to get a test of these $111,000 area, and then we could send it up. That's going to be the more bullish scenario, not the max bullish scenario, but the more bullish scenario. The max bullish scenario is obviously a good window go straight from here to new all-time highs. A little less likely. And we go to the jewel right now. That's also giving you a little bit more bias in terms of the bullish scenario, because now you're starting to flash a buy signal, and it's curving back around, and it's still maintaining this pink over yellow cross. This is a pretty powerful setup, but it is a 4 hour, so it's going to have not as big of results as this was like a daily or a weekly. Still should be pretty respectable. And right now, if you were to mark off right over here where we got it, let's do it from the buy signal and see what type of results we usually get off of this. Let's not take this one because we don't have the cross. Let's see, where is that cross? We got a cross right here, so we'll take this one. Right there. And I'll take that one right there. And see what happened on price. That was about a 1.5% move. What is that, a pump for ants? %2.8%. Very disappointing results. I gotta remind myself it's a 4 hour. 1.4. And as of now, we've only gone up 0.9%. Take it around 1%, brings us roughly to about $115,000. Bring it about 2.5 to 3%. brings us to about $117,000 to $118,000. This would be the scenario that would be the last hopium for bears. They would have to absolutely have to reject it within this $117,000 to $118,000 area, because if you start to even get a tick above $118,900, like $119,000, very likely this is going to start breaking out massively and probably zoom up to current all-time highs. Because that is the last major projected lower high that we have. Down a little bit more. 2 hour is now also right at that reset point with volatility sitting at 0%. And we are still technically holding that bottom 38.2%, and we're holding the median. Ever's not really holding it, like a couple bucks below it. It's kind of negligible. Now we're over it again. Median's at about $114,128. And to give us a little bit more bias, we're going to go into the jewel and see that now that we're getting a pretty fucking epic bull cross right here. Pink is crossing above the yellow, light blue is above everything else, and they're bunched up. Like basically you can put a dot right here and you would get all three of them. This is one of the best jewel signals you will ever get. It will be a little bit more powerful if you could get it down here, but this is pretty fucking awesome. Let's mark this with a vertical line and see if we can get anything similar. This is the type of setup that the jewel is made to give. Over yellow. No, that's below. Is it below? Yeah, it is below. Let's see. Here's one to the downside. Not very often you get these. It's close, but not as perfect. Come on, there we go. This one's nice. We love that data over here. Gay for TA. Is there no more? It's close. Not as powerful. Just cut it off at this one. Come on. There we go. Oh, very, very respectable pump. That was how much? That's about almost 10%, 9.3%. Turn that magnet back on. Now let's find the next line. This was about 5%, then 7%. I'll put my scale. There we go. This was pretty big. About 0.8%, 0.7. Went down about 1%, so I think it's fair to count this 9%, roughly in line with the previous moves. And as of now, and keep in mind, this jewel setup is more powerful than all of the other ones that we just checked. 0.79%. Take it about 7%. Oh, wait, by the way, that 4 to 5% move would be right around that $118,000 area, which was would be that rejective lower high. And 7%.
Please give me that. That's where my take profit is, right below 118 for my long.
I'll take that too. My long would be very happy. My short will get stopped, but that's okay. I just short it there.
You win some, you lose some.
Extremity short area 118.
Interesting. And that 9% move roughly takes us to our current all-time highs. Which will we get, the 7% or the 9% move? We'll find out. And right now, oh, the 2 hour just closed green, and we closed over the median. Momentum is now starting to flip back up. Why is my thing lagging? My trading view, the hell? All right, there we go. Volatility is very close to going back into an expansion phase, with the momentum very close to getting back over that moving average. With that jewel setup still firing off. Right now, if we do see a move to the downside, I would expect to find support somewhere around that median, which is at about $113,800. That would be a feeling of somewhat of this wick, finding a support right at that median, and then very likely it springs off of that median towards that 100 EMA, which right now sitting somewhere about $115,000. 1 hour. 1 hour to also reclaim that median, sitting right at resistance at this 100 EMA. This has been kind of a pretty significant zone. We've just been rejecting it and deviating it this entire time around. Next time we close over this area, very likely I'm expecting a move towards this 200. At the very least, a bearish retest around $115,300. This is where I'll be taking some of my long off, probably somewhere around 50% off of it off. And then I'll just move the stop to break even and look for 118 to close the rest of it. Right now, if you look on the 1 hour, the jewel is now once again starting to flash into a buy signal. That's interesting. And you have the pink over yellow cross on the hourly as well. Daily is trying to put in an ever so slightly higher low right here. Bull's hopium is this holds as our next higher low, and then we can break over this previous high of 115,670 on a closing basis. It's very important that you get this on a closing basis, because if you just take over this area and reject this 38.2%, that would just be a swing failure pattern. You want to get a strong close over this area, and that'll give you a move to retesting somewhere around this breakdown area at around $117,000 to $118,000. Right now, our median sits at about $118,400. So this would be a very, and it's going to move down with every single close. This would be a very, very nice area to put in a textbook bearish retest and then dump it towards this 100 EMA right around $108,000. The invalidation for that move to the downside, though, is going to be getting a close over that $118,900 area. Get a close over there, then you're very, very likely going to your current all-time highs. And right now, the jewel on the daily is starting to lose the sell signal and flip into a neutral in the bearish control zone. Just going by eye, we have one set up right here, pretty nice move up. We have one set up right here, decent size move up. Let's just take it. 9%, pretty good. And we have one right here, pretty nice move up. The confirmation is going to be once that sell signal, the neutral signal shifts into a buy signal. Today is also holding right at that 21 EMA. This was one of the other reasons that made me open that hedge long, is that the 21 has just been holding, and every single time that previously we've tested the 21, we either got a significant bounce or we went to new all-time highs. So I'm using that as just in case we pull the same thing that's been happening every single time with that 21 EMA, and we either get a big bounce or a new high, then I'll be protected either way. Right now on the 2-day momentum, especially flipping back to the downside, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, closing about 10 hours. So you want to see where this momentum flips to on this close. Because if you continue to hold this 21 EMA, likely this is probably going to switch back to the upside. If you lose close below it though, likely it's going to start breaking these lows, and at that point you're going to get your breakdown towards about $110,000. Right now on the opposite hand, on the bearish point, the jewel is giving us a very bearish cross on the 2-day with the pink below the yellow, God mode background, and you're losing the bullish control zone. Not very bullish to see a setup like that on the 2-day. But as long as that 21 EMA is holding, that is eventually going to turn into a bullish setup. Basically putting bears on the clock where they have to dump it within I would say probably the next 4 to 5, maybe 6 maximum 2-day periods, or else this is going to start shifting into a bullish structure. It's going to put in hidden bullish divergence, and that's going to send it up to new all-time highs. 5-day is also sitting right at that median. Median lines up with the 9 EMA, currently getting a rejection of the 5. But as long as you're closing over that median, the probabilities are that you're going to, at the very least, retest this 38.2%, which is going to move on the close. But right now it's sitting at about $121,700, $800. And if you do get a retest of that area at about $121,000 and it doesn't move, At that point, I'm going to be saying we're going to new all-time highs on this move because you're going to be taking out several significant lower highs. Now we'll go to the weekly, switch to the index. Index is now starting to, or weekly is now starting to flip freshly back up on momentum, getting back over the moving average, but right at that reset zone where volatility is now starting to expand from 0%. And we're still holding over that median. As long as we are holding over the median, and we can get another move down to test it, which interestingly enough, the median is sitting right now at $108,000. So even if we do get that move to that $108,000 area, which lines up nicely with my meme line, that would just be a bullish retest of the median and spring into the top 38.2%, which is currently at about $130,000 at new all-time highs. So even that move down to $108,000, if we get it, would be bullish. Right now, the 2-week is starting to flip down on momentum, with volatility starting to expand. Not very bullish setup, but the jewel is still not giving you a sell signal just yet. It's on a neutral signal, and the hidden bullish divergence is still active. We are below the median, however, so if we do lose this 5 EMA, that's what's going to give us probabilities of coming down to somewhere around that $108,000 area. And so if you lose the $108,000 area, then I would say it's probably fucked, and you're probably going to go below $100,000, retesting these lows somewhere over here. And at that point, there's not much hopium left for new all-time highs. Monthly is also still holding right at that 38.2%. With that $114,000 area. As long as that area does hold, you have probabilities of going from there to new all-time highs at the median, which right now is at about $159,000. It's going to move, but how much is it going to move? Down here, 145, here, 130, 35, still significantly new all-time highs. Getting over that median is what gives you the George numbers of $230,000. A little unlikely though. And right now, monthly is forming multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence by taking out all of these previous lows, while price action is putting significantly higher lows. The confirmation is going to be closing over your current all-time highs at about 123,181, but that would give you a easy target of hitting minimum the median. Right now, the jewel is now starting to curve back around on this monthly open and give you another buy signal. And if you notice, we took out these previous lows, so the jewel is also putting in hidden bullish divergence. This is how powerful, just as an aside comment, how powerful this pink and yellow cross is on the monthly. Take it right here, 189%. And it's still not finished. Monthly quarterly is also now very close to putting in hidden bullish divergence by almost taking out these previous lows right here, while we're still just holding this 38.2%, and we've gotten to close ever so slightly over that the median on the last quarterly close, giving you slightly higher probabilities that by the end of this quarterly close, you will at the very least reconnect with that median. And right now, that's sitting at $164,000. You have about 2 months left to go, so a lot can happen in 2 months. You can even come all the way back down to 108,000, 107,000, get a strong bounce, and in that same quarterly candle, go towards $164,000. We've seen crazier things than that. We've seen Bitcoin go from $2,000, $3,000-ish to over $20,000 in a couple of weeks. Go to our side. RSI still got 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. And this is going to be active as long as you're closing over $74,441. Next target is that critical zone, which is going to be about same $200,000 area. I'm just not going to say Bitcoin is going to $200,000 no matter what these numbers say until I am comfortable saying it. And as of this moment, I'm not even close to comfortable saying it's going to 200,000. Monthly is now still in has that hidden bullish divergence active after invalidating the bearish divergence, took out these previous lows on momentum over here while putting in a higher low, give you an easy target of hitting the simple moving average, which you've already hit. And now next target is the critical zone. With volatility at such low levels, very likely you do hit that critical zone. And critical zone sits at about $148,000 right now. 2-week also has hidden bullish divergence with another drive possible if you close over 120,271, and that'll give you a target of the critical zone with volatility now expanding from extreme lows. Critical zone on the 2-week sits at about 176. I do think this number will update. Weekly, nothing. 5-day, let's see. 5 days has possible hidden bullish divergence. If we've taken out all of these lows, price is making a higher low. Confirmation of that divergence will be closing over $118,960. Close over that area, and not only are we going to new all-time highs, I think we're going to significantly new all-time highs. The RSI target will be somewhere around $140,000. But that's only if it happens in the next 2 days. Otherwise, this number updates. Yeah, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it stays the same. Maybe it only updates by a couple of $100. Nothing. Let's just cycle through the time frames. Bearish divergences are being invalidated across the board. Interesting to see. You had a nice hidden bearish divergence right there, and now you've invalidated it. You had hidden bearish, multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence on the 4-hour. Now that's been invalidated. Put in 3 drives of hidden regular bullish divergence, and that will be active as long as you're closing over 113,767. And your next target is the simple moving average, which is going to be an easy target. And that level is at about 115,900, so let's say 116,000. Next level is the bullish control zone, which sits at about 117.2. This is what I'm biased towards, tapping the bullish control zone. I'm not sure now if we're going to close above this area or not. I do think we're going to get a retest of this area at about $117,000-ish. That would take out my short, because my short has a stop loss of 115,512, but very minimal loss in the long would be up bigly at that point. Beauty of hedging. But people don't do it because your overall P&L is just smaller.
I don't care how big my P&L is. Women say that it's
got
fine.
a P&L.
Mine's average. My P&L.
Slightly average than P&L, slightly average, larger than average P&L.
Oh, this is incredible.
On the quarterly, we're getting on Tether dominance, volatility freshly going into an expansion phase, getting over that moving average. The last time we had volatility going into an expansion phase on quarterly was before we had the girthiest green dildo we've ever seen in Tether dominance's history. That was how much of a move up? 138% in one candle. That's pretty crazy. We have that similar setup now, except that time momentum was flipped to the upside. Now we have momentum heavily to the downside. So I'll see if we don't have a single example of volatility expansion to the downside. It's very interesting. And we have a head and shoulders also. I'm not going to bother measuring it out because it gives you a target of negative 2.7%. A little unlikely. They're going to be paying you 2.7% to hold Tether. But it's not very unlikely to retest to somewhere around these lows here at this meme line at about 2.5%. And still technically testing this meme line would still keep this hidden bullish divergence active because we're breaking these previous lows. And as long as we're closing over about 2.23%, you will have that hidden bullish divergence eventually confirmed. And then that will send Tether back to retesting somewhere around these 5 to 6% highs. And that correlates with a very, very heavy dump on Bitcoin. I would have trouble saying that we're still in a bull market at that point. Monthly also now freshly flipping down on Tether. This was worrying for the past couple of months that Tether was flipped up on the monthly. But the idea was that once it approached the edge of the bearish control zone, it would start to flip down. And it has now flipped down. Plus, if you notice, you took out these previous highs on momentum, while price is putting in a lower high, giving you hidden bearish divergence. And this has now been confirmed. With volatility now going into an expansion phase on the monthly and hidden bearish divergence and momentum pointed down as long as you're below 5.37%, very bearish setup. And as of right now, you're just getting a bearish retest of this meme line, and it is rejection. like from that divergence and just the meme lines alone, you would have an easy target of hitting this 100 EMA at about 3.4 to 3.5%. And that still is how much of a dump from here on Tether? That's like a 20% move down on Tether. That correlates to like a 35 to 40% move on Bitcoin. That would take us to about 140-ish to 150,000, I think. 2-week also flipped to the downside with volatility at extreme lows. Going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below 4.92%. Weekly also, well, weekly is actually flipped up, interesting, with volatility at extreme lows. And it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 4.35%. But you're still in the bearish control zone, heavily within the bearish control zone too. And there's no possible divergence because you're making lower lows on momentum. 5-day currently flipped to the downside, and it will remain down as long as you're closing below 4.31%. That does tell you within this next 2 days and 10 hours, if crypto bulls are not, and Tether bears are not able to pump the crypto price, a Bitcoin price, and dump the Tether price, this is going to flip back up, and that's going to shift into a more bearish posturing then. Because if you notice, you have higher lows on momentum right here, lower lows on price, giving you possible bullish divergence. And that divergence will be confirmed with any close over about 4.6%. That likely gives you that move on Bitcoin to $108,000. We're going to see in about 2 days and 10 hours if this flips up or not. 2 days already flipped up with volatility sitting at extreme lows, and we're going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 4.18%. Daily is currently freshly flipped to the downside. That's interesting to see. And it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 4.56% with a derp of death. Last time we had a derp of death was right over here. The bottom was already in after we put in that derp of death. Interesting. How was volatility at that point? Similar setup. It's a little bit higher right now on volatility. And you're getting a rejection of the critical zone. Still in the bullish control zone, however. And 4 hours now freshly flips the downside with volatility expansion. And you're going to be flipped down, rejecting the critical zone as long as you're closing below 4.48%. Now let's switch over to Bitcoin. Bitcoin still pointed to the upside in the quarterly with volatility expansion as long as you're closing over $108,200. Monthly is freshly flipped up, putting in hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over $94,900. And this volatility setup is still technically firing off because we haven't gotten the monthly close below that 15% area just yet. In this next 25 days, we need to see volatility if you're going to be on the bullish side. Otherwise, this setup will be invalidated, and then you're going to be looking for another fresh setup after that. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to turn into a bearish setup. It just means you're going to be looking for a completely new setup, which then you're going to have to see volatility once again expand above 15%, and then you have to look at where momentum is at that point. But as of right now, we have fired off that volatility setup on about 2 monthly closes ago, closing over that 15%. And the monthly setup does have a 100% hit rate of firing off in terms of direction of momentum, which right now is pointed heavily up. 2-week is currently pointed to the downside, still in the bullish control zone, still in the critical zone actually, and it is going to be pointed down as long as you're closing over $116,600. And you are now starting to get volatility expansion over that 15%. So if we haven't gotten the close over the 15% just yet, but once we get that close, the direction of momentum is going to tell us which way we're going to get that big move that we're waiting on right now. And as of now, if we get this 15% confirmation as prices sitting below 116.6, very likely, very, very likely you're going to get that move to the downside. But what's giving me the bias that that's not going to happen is the monthly setup, because the monthly setup is only one that has 100% hit rate. I believe the 2-week setup and the 5-day setup have failed, but only to the downside, where they were giving you a downside setup and they ended up playing out to the upside. Weekly is also currently pointed down with volatility at extreme lows, and it's going to be pointed down as long as you're below 121,100. 5-day also pointed down Volatility has now gone into a contraction phase. We haven't gotten the confirmation just yet. Once we get the close and volatility is in a contraction phase, this 5-day setup will be invalidated, and then we're going to be looking for another 5-day setup. As of right now, momentum is pointed down as long as you're below $121,000. And it did look like this 5-day setup for a while was firing off to the downside. And now it's starting to look like it's about to be invalidated. With volatility starting to contract, and you're putting in hidden bullish divergence now by taking out these previous lows and prices making a higher low. Still have to close over 118,960 to confirm it, but it is starting to slowly shift more and more into a bullish setup. 2-day is also pointed to the downside with volatility at 2 periods of 0%. And you're going to be pointed down as long as you're below $120,400. And you're just about to approach the edge of the bearish control zone. At that area, the pivot very likely does go down. And you're going to be taking out these previous lows, putting in hidden bullish divergence on the 2-day as well. Daily is very close to, oh, it actually is flipped back up on yesterday's close. Flip back up, and you're going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $112,900 with volatility still technically in an expansion phase. We got to see today's close to see if volatility will remain in an expansion phase, and then that likely does put this as the next higher low. Still need your confirmation above 118,960, but it's going to make it a lot more likely. 4 hours now also freshly flipping back to the upside, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over about $113,400. So on the high time frames, Bitcoin is still looking very bullish to me. Momentum is pointed heavily to the upside on the quarterly. You're very close to putting in quarterly hidden bullish divergence. Monthly already has the hidden bullish divergence. Monthly has the volatility setup already confirmed to be firing off, which does have a 100% hit rate in terms of direction of momentum. 2 week is giving you hidden bullish divergence with another possible drive of hidden bullish divergence. 2 week is also giving you a volatility setup, which hasn't been confirmed just yet. 2 week is the one that makes it a little bit cautious because it is pointed to the downside. So we would have to get some expansion in the next, before that 2 week closure, or that 2 week setup is going to be, as long as volatility is expanding, that 2 week setup is going to be applied to the downside, which I'm biased against that happening right now. I do think maybe if we get a move to the downside, we'll get a test of somewhere around 108s, 109s. And I think from there is going to be a spring to new all-time highs if we even get it. And the longer the price action goes sideways, the higher that number goes. Because right now it's at 108s, 109s. If it keeps going sideways for another week or two, that number is going to rise up to 110, then 111, then 112. And then eventually that's just going to be another retest of our current 111, 112 lows, not really doing any significant impact on market trend, putting in an ever so slightly higher low and sending us to new all-time highs. Right now, on the low time frames, momentum is starting to freshly flip up on the 4 hour and the daily. It gives me along with the RSI hidden bullish divergences and regular bullish divergences, gives me a target somewhere around $117,000 to $118,000. Technically, that would be a bearish retest as of this moment. As long as you're closing below 118,860, I am going to be de-risking my longs around that. I said wrongs. I'm not Asian.
Well, you're Asian, sir.
I'm going to be de-risking my... I promise I did not do that on purpose. I'm going to be de-risking my longs at 117,000, 118,000. Probably going to take a cheeky little small short there. Stop loss at 118,860. If that gets taken out, then I'll just flip back to max long for current all-time highs. The invalidation right now is getting either a tick below about $98,330 or a weekly close below about $105,000. If either one of those two things happen, then I'm going to be throwing out my more bullish outlook, and I'm going to start switching into being a lot more cautious. It's not going to exactly confirm bear market for me, but I'm going to be basically just waiting for that confirmation to happen any moment after that. Going to be a lot less bullish and basically zero long exposure at that point. But as of right now, I do think we're gonna get a little bit of a move up from here to about 117, 118. If we can get above 118, 960, then I'll be long for all-time highs. Get a rejection from there, then I will be short for a test of 108s to 110s.
Nice. Let me put
Pretty nice.
There you go, sir.
Sweet.
Ready.
Nice. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. Very good analysis, far. And what I've gathered from that is really we need to see a move very soon from bears, or they're going to just lose control. It's a race against time. We understand this. We can't just keep chopping here, hoping that we're going to break down, because this is then just giving us the same vibes that we had right here before we broke out. A lot to chop right at resistance, not really able to break down, leading to a breakout with daily volatility expanding from this move. What's occurring today? Well, let's go to the hourly. We are still massively chopping. I want the gauge to be on this white line, gray white line. We have this dotted line at 114. This is lower time frame support. 114 was solidly holding as support and or also rejecting. So we have 2 frames watching, 2 points of frames to watch today. What's occurring? Well, you're getting chop, right? This is chop, reclaim, loss, reclaim, loss, reclaim, loss. That's the definition of chop. This is, again, just kind of washing people out. High leverage traders are getting out, and also people are stepping away. This is not fun to watch because nothing is really happening. We're getting these moves up and down simply because we are in a moving average range. You're bouncing from the 12-hour EMA 100 and you're rejecting off the 12-hour EMA 9. This was a scenario we talked about. Ultimately, if we continue to hold above the 12-hour EMA 100, this will solidify a bottom for me. And then our next target would have to be around that $116,000 region. So that tells me that, sooner rather than later, we need to lose this 12-hour EMA 100. Because as it stands, my big zone right now is based on the daily, but we can look at the 12-hour, right? It's just kind of the middle point of this move. You're either then going to lose this 12-hour EMA 100, giving you confirmation to go to the daily EMA 100, or you're just simply going to bottom here. Bait shorts never break down. And why is this area very important to pay attention? Simply because if you go to the weekly here, you're still holding above the weekly 9. Excuse me. So we understand, like, this is a big zone. We can be bearish here, but understand that, this is a battle against bulls and bears. Bears absolutely need to see a major breakdown, while bulls are just doing what they've done all year long, baiting a breakdown. It doesn't break down. Key levels continue to hold, leading to a nice move up, leaving long sidelined and shorts fueling the move up. So it's going to be very crucial today to start seeing the itchings of a breakdown. And why would I start saying that? Well, into last night's close, you actually lost this white line. And this was holding, since we reclaimed it on August 3rd, we expanded. We need to see this act like a throwback. You lost it. The hopium was that you held $114,000. But now I'm just looking at this as the brewings of a breakdown. And if that's going to be confirmed, I need to start I need to see Bitcoin take out yesterday's low. That's going to be really crucial. I need to start seeing this kind of price divergence fizzle out, leading to a nice breakdown. Because if not, then you're going to just start putting in bullish structure. You're going to get ever so slightly price divergence. The 12-hour EMA 100 is going to hold. This is going to lead to a breakout. Taking out this wick high will lead you to a move up to 118. This is like a range. You have bottom side support, mid-range, top side. So this is like the mid-range at $116,000, whereas you have support right around 114,000 to exactly 114,220. So I'm watching very carefully. I'm still very short, but I understand exactly how fast this can churn and how quickly bulls can flip all of the momentum pivots in their favor. So we need to start seeing bears actually break down, preferably today, tomorrow. If they just continue to consolidate above that 12-hour EMA 100, yes, it's going to be a concern for me for shorts, and it's actually going to start really solidifying. Maybe we are bottoming locally at that. Because remember, the weekly EMA 9 was always our spot when we were breaking out. We were always watching this. You noticed here we broke out. You never really were able to backtest it. And so we were always talking about this is kind of a big spot. If you're super bullish, in theory, this is the spot you bid and expect to hold. It's just kind of worked out well when you get these moves down. The weekly 9 generally does lead to a nice upside move. I believe this was a 10%. Oh gosh. Yeah, about a 9.9%, almost 10% move. So I understand markets are choppy. I mean, you're just literally in a moving average range on the 12-hour, also on the weekly. Hopium is, yes, you lost the 5. This gave you a target to the 9. You've hit that. So now you're just kind of in no man's land waiting for a decision here. So it's going to be really crucial to start seeing Bitcoin reject here. Full on reject, not like a 0.2% move, like a 2 to 3% move down, taking you down to that $112,000 and then losing it. Losing $112,000 will then equal a move down to this range. I'm watching for 109.3 to be hit. What I'd want to see is the daily EMA 100 move up closer to that 109.3 level, because remember, this was like solid resistance before we broke out. We talked about, we would want to see this get a throwback if we, got a pullback from this point. You only flipped this wick high into support, not really flipping this zone, what was resistance into support. I'd love to see this daily EMA 100 move closer, giving us a more high probability bounce zone. But that still means you very well could get a move down to here. It's about a 5% move. And even how my system works, as long as you're under that 34, daily EMA 34, often does just act like a magnet where price is going to be drawn to the EMA 100. Now, the opposite end of that is when you're in trending markets, right? You need trend, you need volatility to give you the breakaway. When you're just kind of fizzling around the 34, reclaiming it, losing it, if today reclaims it, I'm not going to be fully convinced anymore that this will be the target. And that is why today I need to see a breakdown. I need this to be the loss of support. Yes, you're getting chopped, but as long as you stay under this white line, you should start getting a target down to that $112,000. Where there you'll be watching very carefully again the 12-hour EMA 100, because this has been holding. You reclaimed it. This was a throwback. You've got a really nice bounce, but I often say when you get these moves up where they bounce up, you get you get volatility and it's an impressive move, but you can't hold above support. That often is kind of a cautionary thing for me. Yes, you reclaimed it here, but you still are under that 12-hour 9, which in theory is just a short trigger in itself. Whenever you lose that 12-hour EMA 9, often does just allow you to open a short, and when you reclaim it, it often allows you to open a long. Again, the flip side is it doesn't work when you're getting chopped. You're just gonna get little moves out, then gets stopped, or it's just not good when you don't have volatility. And that's the downside of this range, is you're just not really getting volatility, as we know. And now the 12-hour is reset. You're potentially about to get a new BBWP setup on this new 12-hour candle. And this is why we like chop, because even in the midst of everything being boring, longs and shorts being kind of wrecked, high leverage longs and shorts, you're still resetting volatility, giving you confidence that a move is coming. So we want to be watching this zone carefully today. I need to start seeing, this area reject. And the fact that Bitcoin is not even losing $114,000 does make me cautious holding shorts here. So I need to start seeing this hourly 2-hour really lose this and then start going down. Because again, you're just kind of forming like a bull flag. It needs to reclaim that EMA 100. But I do believe once you do reclaim this hourly EMA 100, I do think this will be confirmation of a move up to that 116,000. That does not mean, though, that this can't reject here. Very well could, but we're just in no man's land right now. You could reject here, you could bounce here. I do think, though, if you are bullish, you're looking at this as a reclaim of support, a throwback, slight price divergence, and now you just simply want to reclaim the hourly EMA 100. So that's Bitcoin. That's what I'm watching. going to be important to just keep gauging the daily. Daily is still in a breakdown, but if you did get that move all the way up to that 115,500, that $116,000 region, this still is looked at as bearish. It just means that you're going to squeeze a little up from this point, because I'm gauging that 38.2%. So fun day. I mean,
look at salami's going up. That's my indicator. You know it. That's the only thing I use to gauge anything. Salami's is at 165 right now. Well, we're at 114,200. That should be 114.4, 114,700 to Bitcoin. I'm obsessed with looking at this pair. So,
I mean, it has worked though, because we're not really breaking down. Sol is looking strong. Reclaim the SMA 200. You're just holding it now. This should be a spring. You'll get confirmation once you get back above that, like $172. So I agree. Yeah, Sol is looking bad. You need to lose this zone. And that's the point. Like, markets are at a point where it could break down, but you're just not. And so that's why it's going to be important today to, if you are a bear, to just expect volatility to the downside. Because if you don't, and the daily reclaims this region, yeah, I mean, you're now back above 114,000. You're potentially now in a daily SFP bullish retest, giving you a long trigger, potentially back up to that $116,000 region. Taking out this high would start flipping the daily back into an uptrend. So for me, I need to start seeing bears step in today, or yeah, this will just look like shorts are going to feel a breakout again, and the 12-hour EMA 100 is going to hold in confluence with the weekly 9. Daily volatility is right at the moving average. I want to see if this is going to fall back under it or start moving up from here. Bitcoin dominance, reclaim the 9. You just simply need this to hold. Next objective should be the 62.43%. And your idea is that you just need to take this high out. You're now forming a daily uptrend. Confirmation of this bottoming will be getting back above the daily EMA 100. I think that'll be a good sign. You've just seen reactions off that daily EMA 100 get reclaimed. And that's why I'm watching this zone very simply. The monthly did hold the 9, but you're just still cautiously gauging this into this month simply because you just could be in a moving average range. You've already put in the bearish retest. So this is more in favor of bears. But again, it's a race against time. So they just have to reject it here. If they just start holding the monthly 9, going to get another shot at testing that monthly EMA 100. They start getting back above this. Yeah, this will be your confirmation of a bottom. And that's just on the monthly chart. You've just seen the reaction here. Once you got above that monthly EMA 100, this led to a breakout. So there's no reason to be aggressive on Bitcoin dominance. You're just simply waiting. If you are bullish, then there should be no reason into August. This level, 62.42%, doesn't get reclaimed. This is just a simple throwback of the monthly 9. And you're watching now to see if we're going to get that reclaim. So what you don't want is this to keep rejecting under resistance. Losing the monthly 9 will confirm to me that this has topped, giving us an objective closer to 57.45%, like 58.5%. It's harder to gauge because, technically you would have to move to the 21. You very easily could wick out down and then move up. This should have been the higher low. Higher high. This did take out the last higher low. So the monthly bears are trying to shift this into a monthly downtrend. And that is why into August close, it's going to be crucial for bears to lose the monthly 9, giving them more confirmation. Because again, this whole bull market, you've just held above the monthly 9. So, right, there should be no reason why this isn't going to hold. And if it does get lost, like visually, that just looks like a shift. So you really do want to watch this, into the August close. Right? 2-week trend shift, lower high. You got to watch out for this being a lower high spot, bearish retest of that 2-week EMA 9. So, does this look bullish? Not really. Could it be bullish? Yes, it could, but we just need to really get back above the daily EMA 100. That'll be a good spot for me. It's kind of like that's my bull line in the sand. Once you get back above there, you squeeze up, daily uptrend, higher low. Maybe you break out from that point. Fun though. Bitcoin dominance is pretty clean to trade. It's pretty fun too. And like the monthly is just sobering. And that's why I'll just keep, hitting on this when I do Bitcoin dominance, because this will keep us in check. It could be bearish, but you just don't want to disregard a monthly 9. We've seen this on Bitcoin as well. And if this does start losing this monthly 9, great. Now we have an actionable setup where we can start looking for more downside. But until then, you're just kind of waiting and watching, and you're just kind of in a really tight range here. Whereas this is support, the monthly 9, and that 62.42% is resistance. So that's Bitcoin dominance in the brewings of a downtrend, looking bearish, but we need confirmation of that on losing the monthly 9. Or, right, you just start closing dailies under 59.72%. I will look at that as a range breakdown. And then next target will be around that 57.3%. Let's see how Tether dominance is looking now. Okay, so the daily EMA 21 held, got you back above the 34. So now you're above all major moving averages. In theory, you should be holding the daily 9, not taking out yesterday's low, giving you a move up to the EMA 100, solidifying a daily trend shift here. You start taking out these lows. It's August 4th low. This one's the proper one to use. You start taking this out, this will just be a failed reclaim, lower high potential, and you're in a downtrend. Whereas on the flip side, if you start taking out these highs and moving up, it's going to look like this is just in a daily uptrend. Now, if we did move up to this zone, does that mean this is about to break out? Absolutely not. My criteria for Tether dominance is very simply 4.69%. I want to see that get reclaimed, and I want to see that hold, giving us an objective to the SMA 200. Getting back above the SMA 200 for me will be a really good sign, and that you're ultimately about to see a major leg up on Tether dominance all the way to 5%. So it's a level-to-level trade. It could go down, it could go up, and that's why we're gauging the daily. And you just simply need to see the daily 9 hold and to stay above the 34, because you could go hit the daily 9 bounce, but you lose the 34. That's not bullish. That just puts it back in that range. So if you are trying to break out on Bitcoin dominance, if you are trying to be bearish on Bitcoin, then you need this zone to hold, and you absolutely need to take this high out. So it's going to really come down to today's close, in my opinion. Let's go to the 12-hour. The most bearish, right? You put in an SFP, rallied off the 21, bearish retest question mark, and that's why it's going to be really crucial. Bears are looking for this to reject, lose the daily EMA 34 today, and actually take out this low, all while bulls are just wanting to reclaim the EMA 100. If this was any chart, though, I'd say, this is just looking like a bearish retest, and you want to go back down to like that 4.4%, which would line up with then Bitcoin maybe moving up to that $116,000 region. How does this look? Oh, wow. And you even have the median right there. Big zone on that 12-hour EMA 100. Just a literal counter opposite, where this looks like a bearish retest and this looks like a bullish retest. It's just funny how that works, which obviously makes sense, but so it's just a big zone. You just had a big zone here. So you're watching the 34. If you lose this on the 4-hour, confluence to test these lows, and if you're already testing these lows, it's like what I said on the daily, that has implications of a breakdown. So in summary, you're looking for a move today on crypto. You're watching to see if the daily EMA 34 on Tether dominance holds. and also if 114,000 gets lost on today's close. You're watching to really see carefully if that 12-hour EMA 100 is going to get lost, really confirming, giving you confluence of a deeper move down to right around that, 110,600 to like low 109.3s. It's going to be really determined on that 12-hour EMA 100. You're not going to get any breakdowns as long as you're holding above that. And it's actually going to be more looked at as like a trap for bears, because every time they think you're breaking down, this is getting bought up as shown here by the wicks. So it's going to be very crucial to see if today you get back above this white line and maybe even reclaim above the 34. That getting back above the 34 will diminish this trade setup, which is giving me a measured move to the daily EMA 100. So you want to watch very carefully into today. There's lots of chop, but I do think you're going to get volatility soon, and that's just shown on the 12-hour finally resetting. Watch the daily EMA 34 on Tether dominance. Be mindful of 114,200. And yeah, just understand that this chop isn't going to last forever. But as it stands, it is starting to shift more in favorable for bulls. So yeah, I just watch the daily very carefully, and we'll really see if this holds, the bearish retest or not here. Yeah, that's all I have on Bitcoin. Fun day.
Fun day. Lots of up and down, up and down, up and down. It was more fun to go up and down when you were a kid, no? Like now as an adult, ups and downs quickly are terrible, because that means you're bipolar. That means the price of whatever you invested is not going up. Your company's not doing great. So ups and downs are not great as an adult, but as a kid.
But as a Mexican, I can direct Bitcoin price with.
Oh yeah, we should get those people that help you park the car to direct the Bitcoin price. I'm ready. Dude, I trained all of my life for that moment. Hopefully Bitcoin will listen to me. Thank you, boys. All right, we got Amazon and Celsius after, so you guys pick.
And whichever one else wants to do.
I'll do Amazon.
Sounds good. You'll do the Lex Luthor Corporation. Ok. Vamos a ver Bitcoin, pero esta tabla, honestamente, and by the way, before I go, this is the chart that made me go long and stick to it. Because I don't know why the levels are so perfect. Came in here and he just stuck, and like I felt like we're gonna go back to this area no matter what. And that's literally all my bet, just based on this chart and how I drew it back whenever the fuck I drew it.
The long entry is really good. So I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. Like you start, if you're like literally long at that dotted line, it's like take those lows out, probably break down. But until then, yeah, you're just hoping that you just kind of bottom off that weekly 9.
Yeah, pretty fucking sweet. Let's hope. Well, let's hope we all make money. That's all I can hope for.
Yes.
The real money was the friends we made along the way.
Exactly. Until, by the way, everyone says that. Everyone's like, oh, friend. Until the market dips, then everyone is fucking, they want to murder whoever they can see.
No, literally. Yeah, it's like all fun and games when we're up only. But when you start getting downside, oh yeah, people aren't so nice. The music
They
stops.
lose their mind. You can tell who's like over leveraged instantly, and all communities turn so toxic right away.
And what's really funny, the funniest part is whenever the market starts going down, and the guys who trade or who sell like luxury items for crypto, like watches and shit like that, whenever they make a post, there's nothing but hate in the comments.
It's so true.
Like, read the room, you fucking retard.
It's so fucking true. You're right. Oh, good times. Good times ahead, boys. All righty. Let's get it. Estamos viendo el análisis de Bitcoin, damas y caballeros, en este momento. Esto es el índice de Bitcoin. ¿Ok? Y para todos los que se preguntan, vamos para arriba, para abajo, es justamente la pregunta del siglo. Y honestamente, si hubieran visto esta deliciosa tabla, entenderían por qué estos longs fueron dinero súper fácil. O más bien, yo no tomé estos, tomé este retesteo de aquí abajo. ¿Y por qué? Porque me da una invalidación sencilla. Entonces estoy en long, estamos pasando mi línea meme acá en los 114, que de nuevo no me acuerdo por qué la puse ahí, pero claramente funciona. Estamos por encima, tuviste este hammerhead que cerró por encima y estamos viendo justamente eso. La pregunta es, ¿vamos para arriba o para abajo? Y todo el mundo tiene la misma pregunta. La idea acá y lo que les estaba enseñando en la otra tabla es, estas son, para mí, cuando una bandera, después de un movimiento a la alza, tiene un movimiento a la baja, normalmente resulta ser en favor a la alza. Simplemente es cosa de esperar y ser paciente. Justamente el juego que está jugando Bitcoin en este momento de estás acá, pito, acá, pito, acá, pito. Este jueguito es para, antes de un movimiento agresivo, ocurre esto. Y siempre se los he dicho, cuando más te deberías de emocionar es cuando menos te está saliendo el trade. Nuestro trabajo como traders y nuestro trabajo y lo que hemos aprendido acá es sencillo, es para mitigar ese riesgo. Para cuando nos sale mal el trade, no perdamos dinero o perdamos la menor cantidad posible entendiendo cuál es nuestra exposición a riesgo. ¿Y por qué? Porque cuando está jugando este juego de te saco, te saco, te saco, te saco y lo está haciendo a los dos lados, para arriba y para abajo, viene un movimiento bastante agresivo. Y ese movimiento es el que te va a dar todo el dinero que necesitas y todo si es que perdiste o si perdiste poco, esa pérdida se va a convertir en ganancia con el movimiento si es que eres paciente. Pero esto espanta a muchísima gente a quedarse fuera de estos movimientos. Entonces, vamos a empezar como siempre. Ya les enseñé justamente ahorita en la diaria. Bitcoin viene después de esta resistencia que habíamos encontrado en el tope de los 111,800. La rompimos por fin en julio. El 10 de julio llegamos a nuestros $123,000, que fue nuestro máximo histórico, y desde entonces hemos estado cayendo, básicamente, lo podemos decir. La cosa es, comparado con el chop pasado, no hubo esa caída. Tuviste esto y no fue tan agresiva la caída. Aunque, si honestamente ponemos acá un paralelo y les dibujo esto así, varios me dirán que no, güey, sí estuvo agresivona la caída acá, pero no tanto. Puedes ver que tope, tope, y básicamente eso te llevó para arriba. Esta vez, para que lo puedan ver al mismo tiempo, fue una abajo. Básicamente, de aquí a acá es lo que estás viendo de aquí a acá. ¿Tiene sentido? Este movimiento. Todavía te falta todo este chop. Por si crees que ya chingaste y, uy, güey, ahorita va a subir, bajar. Te podría faltar todo este chop. Así que preparaditos. Pero de nuevo, este tipo de banderas, aunque esta tiene un ángulo más agresivo a la baja, normalmente resultan en un movimiento a la alza. Y de nuevo, ¿cómo es la manera de verlo? Tienes un 60 comparado con 40% de probabilidades de subir que de bajar cuando rompa el movimiento a la alza, cuando rompa el movimiento en una dirección definitiva. Es simplemente eso. Vamos a la trimestral como siempre para empezar con los Bitcoins y podemos ver que pues continuamos en nuestra tendencia, no ha pasado nada, estamos todavía acá, falta un mes y 25 días para cerrar esta vela y tenemos todavía el cierre posible más alto de toda la historia. Estamos en $114,000 con 200 y el cierre más alto eran 111,000, no, closed, 107,000. Que no está nada mal, estamos $7,000 por encima de ese cierre. También tenemos nuestra volatilidad, estos son nuestros índices de volatilidad, esto es BBWP, BBWP, que es B de bebé, BB, o sea, dos bebés, W de, que lleva W, Volkswagen, y no, empieza con B, estás pendejo, güey, wow, felicidades, y P de pendejo por Alejandro, así que ahí lo tienen. La parte alta es el 100% de volatilidad, la parte baja es el 0% de volatilidad. Esta línea amarilla yo la puse, es el 15%. Volatilidad es la línea de colores, el blanco es el promedio. Y siempre y cuando estemos por encima la línea de colores que del blanco, eso quiere decir expansión. A nosotros nos gusta ver cuando llega por debajo el 15% y después tiene esa explosión por encima del 15% y del promedio. La cosa es, aquí fue la zona más baja que ha llegado la volatilidad, lo que nos dice que este movimiento tuvo que ser un movimiento bastante agresivo y lo fue. Fue el movimiento que nos llevó literalmente a, vamos a ponerle una línea vertical acá para que la puedan ver. ¿La puso o no? No, ahí está. Para que lo puedan ver, este movimiento nos llevó hasta acá en volatilidad, o sea, fue una subida bastante alta. Fue una subida bastante alta en este lugar y pues nada mal, honestamente. De acá vamos a ver rápido el HPDR en el índice. Estamos usando el índice porque tiene la mayor cantidad de datos, para que se acuerden de eso, tíos. Un segundo. Puta madre. ¿Cómo es dramático esto, tíos? ¿Cómo es dramático esto? Ok. Acá tenemos nuestra media en los $164,000. Eso es lo que nos debería de dar más oportunidad de ir a buscar. ¿Por qué? Porque hemos estado en cada una de estas ocasiones, hemos ido cada que entramos a la zona azul a buscar la media, buscar la media, buscar la media, menos en esta vela que estuvimos cerca. Acá buscamos la media, la pasamos y luego volvimos a cerrar un poco por encima y ahora deberíamos de ir a buscarla. Y de no ser así, nuestro siguiente objetivo a la baja debería ser los $80,000 primero y de ahí los 73,000, que es donde está el promedio del 9 y el 50% justamente aquí abajo. Por ahora, estamos en una tendencia alcista, siempre quieres seguir la tendencia a largo plazo. Ahora estos son movimientos que literalmente toman un año, año y medio cuando estás viendo una tabla trimestral, así que tengan eso en mente. Mensual. Mensual vemos lo mismo, una tendencia alcista bastante agresiva, pero vamos a voltear a ver nuestra volatilidad. También tenemos momentum apuntando para arriba en la trimestral. En la mensual, lo que habíamos tenido era nuestra volatilidad expandiendo, pero ahora se dio la vuelta y está acá abajo. Esto nos dice que el movimiento grande todavía no se da y es una de las zonas del punto más bajo en volatilidad de esta tabla en esta temporalidad mensual. Esto dice, siempre y cuando aguantemos 113,900, deberíamos, 800, que es la parte baja de la zona azul, deberíamos de tener más probabilidades de ir a la parte, a la media, que está en $159,000 exactos, en los $159,000. De perder los 113,800, nuestro siguiente objetivo debería de ser los $100,000 en esta temporalidad mensual. Además, una vez más, volatilidad está contrayendo ante esta velita haciendo esto y eso nos dice que probablemente un movimiento bastante agresivo se avecina. 2 semanas tenemos volatilidad comenzando a expandir, pero recuerden, una vez que la vemos salir así, nos falta confirmación porque la última, puedes hacerlo así, para que te des una idea. Esta vela estaba por debajo, esta vela está por encima, pero tiene que cerrar esta vela. ¿Cuánto falta para cerrar esta vela, que es la que estamos ahorita? 11 días y 10 horas. Así que hay una eternidad en el mundo cripto para poder cerrar esta vela. Pero idealmente, perdemos la media en la de 2 semanas. Oh, we're losing the median on the 2-week, but you can go retest it. Pero la media está en los $127,000 y la parte baja para mí, para que vean, esta vista es la más importante para mí. ¿Por qué? Porque literalmente pierdes el promedio del 9, vas a los $99,000 y ya estando ahí te queda el 61.8% en los 84 y si aguanta bien, hiciste un bajo más alto que este, pero de no aguantar y llevarte esto, ahí está cocinado todo esto, todo este mercado, para que lo tengan en mente. Por ahora, estamos justamente en camino, teóricamente, a los $127,500, siempre y cuando no caigamos de 107,700. Uy, Bitcoin está en $115,000. ¡Qué rico! ¡Qué rico para mi long! Los shares, me aventé un buen long ahí. En este momento estamos viendo la semanal. También tenemos un setup de volatilidad preparándose. Recuerden que cuando vemos esta volatilidad expandir a la alza es cuando los movimientos se dan fuertemente. Y estos movimientos son más o menos de 35 a 50% en una tabla semanal. Tenemos por ahora nuestra volatilidad en el punto más bajo con nuestra media volatilidad bajando el 15% y eso nos dice que se viene un movimiento agresivo. Acá en la semanal es un poco más fácil de verlo. 112,180 debería de aguantar cualquier toque y esto, que es el promedio del 9, debería catapultarte a la parte alta de la zona azul en los $129,000. Pero pierdes los 112, caes a la media, pierdes la media en los 108, en la de 2 semanas pierdes los 107 y eso te lleva a los 99 y de ahí, si llegas a los 99, 94 es inminente y ahí probablemente el 61.8% en los 85. Así que la zona, una vez más, la zona a no romper son los 107, 106 mil dólares que son tan importantes para mí. Pero solo para mí, brother, para nadie más. Podemos ver también que estamos recuperando en la de 5 días el promedio del 9 en este momento, con esta expansión a la alza en estos 115,200 dólares deliciosos. Y vamos a ver si podemos venir a retestear los 116,921, que es la siguiente zona acá. Ahora que la veamos en la diaria, lo veremos. De poder romper los 116, los 117 básicamente, tienes aire limpio a los 119. Sería el movimiento ideal y te sacas la lotería. De ahí ya podemos, una vez que rompamos los 119, podemos empezar a platicar de altos históricos y después ya a los 127. Por ahora tenemos que ir paso a paso. ¿Qué no queremos perder acá? ¿Dónde está nuestra media en esta cosa? 113,800. 113,800. Una vez más, vuelve a aparecer ese número. Diaria. Diaria tenemos volatilidad contrayendo, pero no oficialmente. Tenemos que esperar a que cierre el día de hoy. Una vez que cierre, nos estaría diciendo que este setup fue fantasma. Básicamente no se dio y está jugando la alberga como lo ha hecho varias veces. Donde te dice, no, ya voy a reventar a la alza y palo, güey, se regresa. No tengo un ejemplo de estos en la diaria, pero digo, lo están viendo, no tengo que enseñarles más. Estamos justamente en contra del 9 diario. El promedio del 9 está justamente en los 115,388. Ahora, la zona azul está en los 115,400. Rompes la zona azul a la alza y te llevas el promedio del 21 que está acá, que es básicamente el wick alto de esta vela, vas literalmente a los 119 mil dólares. Para que lo tengan así, claro, claro, claro como el agua. Y para hacer esto, les voy a quitar el HPDR y dejárselos de forma sencillita. Acercarnos. Acércate, pavo. Pibe. Ok, retomando el promedio del 9 que habíamos perdido hace 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Básicamente 9 sesiones. Estaríamos a punto de volverlo a retomar. Y si podemos retomarlo, eso sería muy alcista. Mi línea acá en los 116,942 coincide también con la parte alta de este canal, 117 mil dólares más o menos, que es lo que me da más confluencia a ello. Ahora, pierdes los 114, vas para abajo. Por encima de 115,700, vas a reventar a los 117 y 117 a 119. ¿Ok? Es bastante sencillo. Vamos rápido a ver la dominancia de Bitcoin para ver cómo va el all season de todos que me prometieron y todo el mundo me dijo que ya estaba aquí. Parece que está haciendo efectivamente en la diaria. Para empezar, quiero que lo vean de lejos. Como siempre, es muy importante entender que la dominancia de Bitcoin viene bajo más alto y este gran movimiento alcista. Empezó en el 2022 y continúa, ¿ok? Los voy a llevar a la diaria y en la diaria dense cuenta, tuvimos esta caída en el tope. Esto fue lo que todo el mundo llamó alt season, ¿ok? Y desde entonces bajo más alto, altos más altos. Una vez que rompas por encima del 62,31% y aguantes, vas a reventar hasta la media del canal en el 64%. Y ya de ahí podemos empezar a poner objetivos más altos. Pero por ahora la dominancia de Bitcoin simplemente tuvo un ajuste, creando un bajo más alto, tal vez no que este, pero sí que estos. Continúa dentro de ese canal alcista. Está poniendo a corto plazo un movimiento alcista y vamos a la dominancia de Tether que continúa. Vamos a ver si nos da ese retesteo bajista o si ya lo dio. Con esto yo personalmente no lo creo. Creo que podríamos ver un retesteo hasta los 468, pero tenemos que decir, venimos de altos más bajos y para que la fiesta comience en Bitcoin queremos perder los 411. 411% en la dominancia de Tether es lo que queremos ver para perder. Y alguien me preguntó, ¿qué pasa cuando tienes la dominancia de Tether y Bitcoin apuntando al mismo lado? Eso es lo que estamos viviendo en este momento y la razón por qué es para crear confusión. Recuerda, mientras más aprendemos, más sofisticado se vuelve el algoritmo en contra de nosotros. No, si no, imagínate, güey, te sientas en una computadora, aprendes por 5 años, deberías de poder ser invencible, pero la realidad es que el algoritmo lo hace más complejo mientras mejor te vuelves analizando, y por eso es un juego de siempre estudiar, siempre aprender y siempre mejorar. No te puedes quedar estancado con, esto ya lo sé, ya sé, funciona así, tal cual. No puedes. Tienes que continuar. Así que ahí lo tienen. Para ponerla sencilla, vamos al índice de Bitcoin una vez más. Solamente el recordatorio. Abajo de 114, bajista. Encima de 15,700, muy alcista. Encima de 17 hasta los 119, y romper 119 va para arriba. 114 para abajo, te llevas los 112, eso te llevaría a los 107. 107, si no aguanta, te llevaría a los 100, y eso es básicamente, ya viste el máximo histórico, fueron 123. Vamos a ver cómo se da. Estamos esperando. En altas temporalidades, Bitcoin continúa alcista. En bajas temporalidades, bueno, temporalidades medias había visto algo bajista, pero ahora empieza una vez más a retomar. Otra cosa que vale la pena notar y que trajo Alex a la mesa es la tabla de 12 horas, donde si aquí podemos romper, porque ya retomaste el promedio del 9, tienes un cierre, bueno, tienes todos, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cierres por encima, y ahora, si puedes romper el promedio del 55 hasta el 34, una vez más, 115,700, 115,800, vas a estos 117. 117 a 119, ahí lo tienes. Y aquí abajo, perder los 113 te haría perder el EMA 100, y esta sería tu señal de que los bajistas están en control, que los osillos andan en control comparados con los alcistas. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vámonos. Alex, what do you got? Amazon? No. Celsius.
I'm next, Celsius.
Yeah.
Oh, so Amazon. Okay.
He's doing Celsius.
I'm doing Celsius. Trying to skip me, senor?
I'm sorry. I am skipping you. Fucking Jesus. You know why? Don't fucking blame me. This is a habit. Normally, Alex starts. So fuck you.
Hey, we're doing something a little different this time.
We are switching things up in this bitch. Oh, damn it. It's Celsius, not this one. What's that?
Yeah, the shitty energy drink of all time.
There it is. You said it, not me. I love all products. Huh?
Be a man, have a line.
Do it
Smoke
like your parents and
like a real man.
Did. Exactly.
Put the vape down. Smoke like a cigarette like a real man. On the quarterly,
can I say, by the way, let me just throw this in there before you start. I'm so sorry. Cigarettes in the United States are so bad. I'm guessing that also, just like food, cigarettes are way worse in the US. If you buy cigarettes in the US, they got to have way more poisons than anything else. Because I quit smoking like cigs, like the random cig here and there, but I still smoke hookah. I can see a billion differences, like of how much better I feel. And it's just like the random cig that I used to throw in with the hookah and all that stuff. That shit's gone, dude. It's so and I still smoke hookah like a degenerate, and I can see benefits. It's crazy bad.
Yeah, I used to hate cigarettes. They used to disgust me. What even had me like kind of even interested was the cigarettes in Thailand, because after a couple of drinks, I was like, oh, this kind of hits.
It's nice. Yeah, no, cigarettes in the US are terrible.
Tried them in America, makes me nauseous, makes me want to vomit.
Yep. Dude, the amount of fucking poison is insane. I'm sorry. Go on, senor.
And the quarterly on Celsius, we're getting momentum freshly flipping to the downside, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, rejecting the moving average, and volatility is still in an expansion phase. If you go to the jewel is still curving down, giving you a God mode sell signal. We don't have enough data to populate the yellow, so we can't exactly get across. But we're also getting basically a rejection bearish retest, exactly what you would expect at this bottom 38.2%. And as long as we are rejecting this 38.2%, probabilities are, at the very least, we're going to come back down and make a nice little reconnect to this 21 EMA. And it would make sense after rejecting it and then reclaiming it to come back and get a bullish, even in the most bullish scenario, to get a retest and spring from there into the 38.2%. Usually you don't just break right with the 38.2% unless it's insanely fucking bullish. But right now, it's not really, because you've shifted this uptrend into the startings of a downtrend. by taking out this wick low on a closing basis. Now that you've taken out this low, what you usually get after a lower low is a lower high. And right now, this is looking like this is going to be the next lower high. The confirmation that this is going to be a lower high is you need to confirm this as a local top. And the confirmation, and the way you confirm this as a local top is you get a close below this wick low, which is at $32.36. That will confirm this as a local top to see if there's any divergences here. There's bearish divergence right here, which has already been confirmed. Any other divergence? Not really. Came very close to hitting bearish divergence, but didn't quite get there. You would need to go over this momentum point, which we got a little close to, but not quite. So the bulls escaped some more pain right there. Go to the monthly. Monthly is also starting to curve down on momentum, still in the bullish control zone, though, still above the moving average, with volatility still in the expansion phase. And the jewel is still giving you a bullish signal with the buy signal out of the bearish control zone. So let's see what type of moves these produce on the monthly. I'm not familiar with Celsius. On Bitcoin, this would be large moves, double digits. And for those that don't know the way that the jewel works, the crosses, the significance of the buy signals and the sell signals are where they fire off, depending on the area in the jewel. This area is going to be the bullish control zone. This is the critical zone. This is the bearish control zone, and this is the bearish critical zone. The lower that you get the buy signals, the stronger they are, and the higher that you get the sell signals, the stronger they are. The whole reason, though, why I don't explain the jewel too much is because nobody's going to buy it.
Every time there's a discount for it and you tell us, I'm like, nah, I'm definitely going to buy it. And then I go, man, it's like $2,000. I don't know.
Yeah, it's expensive.
But it's nice.
But now
that you showed me how to read it, now that you've shown me how to read it, when I see you and you like you send the screenshot or anything, I'm like, fuck, I really need to get it. But then one more time, the other thought creeps in. He's like, but it's $2,000.
The jewel is like ideally it's not really made for high time frames. It's ideal for 15-minute scalps. And one of these pink above yellow crosses or pink below yellow crosses in the bearish or bullish control zone on a 15-minute, you could make back that $2,000 in one trade.
All right, you sold me. Until I go to the website and I see the price again.
Use our referral link or code.
Exactly. We got to talk to those motherfuckers, get some fucking referral fees.
If they use our code, we do get, I think, 30%, something like that.
We have a code?
They have to put in my email address, and then they'll kick us back.
When Alex is doing it, we'll text and I'll set it up so that we can plug it.
That sounds good. First setup, we got 19.35% to the upside in one candle. And this is on a stock. Quite effective. It works on basically anything with the chart. 400 let's do the immediate move first. 185%, 471%, 1,589%. Also quite a big move. More immediate, about 99%. 651, 3,000%, 8,300%. Okay, that's quite a bit. That's what, 83x your money. And now the current setup, yeah, not bad at all. Muy tranquilo, 83x. On the current setup, we're up about 85%. So if we take it to that 99% to 100% number, brings us to about $50 to $53. And if you were to notice the significance of that area, that's basically where we had that breakdown zone. So this still technically would just be a bearish retest right at that 78.6%. Let's take it to one of the more crazier numbers, so about like 180%. Brings us basically roughly to our current all-time highs. I'm not going to bother with the 500% and 8,000% numbers because it's a little unlikely. On the monthly, what we're getting is a nice little top candle right here. Not really the most bearish thing ever, just looking for a reconnect with this 38.2%, sitting at that $37.50 area. And I do think whether we're bullish or bearish, we're going to get a decent bounce off of this 38.2%. Might go a little bit lower to go to that 55 EMA, somewhere around here. And very likely, at the very least, you're going to retest this 1 EMA, which is around 10 to 11%. This thing is very volatile. I'm not, do they have this on BTCC?
No, I think we've already talked about it, but I'll check one more time right now.
Yeah, I have shit short-term memory, so.
Same. I wonder why.
It's definitely not the cannabis. Definitely not that.
No, the weed doesn't do that. Everybody knows that weed certainly has no downside to it.
No. On the 2 week, we're also putting in that top candle, getting a nice rejection of the 38.2%. And as long as we are below that 38.2%, probabilities are 61.8% that you're going to come back down to and retest the median. And look where that median sits, at a very beautiful $37.50. Basically the same exact number that we just looked at before. And what I'm thinking right now, whether we're bullish or bearish, get that bounce off that $37 area, 10, 11%. And then at that point, if you do want to be aggressive and take the longs in this area, I would be cutting over here. And the easy move in this area would be short with your invalidation as this wick high as your stop loss. If you want to be a little bit more conservative, you would put this wick high as your stop loss. And then that way, if this one does get stopped out, you're very likely, almost certainly, going to be tapping your all-time highs. Right now on the 2 week, you are forming hidden bullish divergence by taking out these previous lows. Price is putting in a higher low. Confirmation of that divergence is going to be taking out this high, which is at about $48.47 on a closing basis. Very important. If you don't close above it, the divergence will not be confirmed. On the 2 week, we have a bullish cross on the jewel, pink crossing above the yellow in the bearish control zone. Does this thing get this a lot? Not very often. Only one ever before. Let's just mark this with the line and see what we got. I'm not going to take these results because exactly because they're going to be probably several 100% from how early this happened. But let's just see what the more immediate moves are. About 44%. That's reasonable. 196%, 500%. Yeah, I'm going to omit those 500% moves, but the 44% seems very reasonable. Let's just take 44%. From this point here, we're up 30% at the moment. 44 brings us roughly to that $52, $53 area. Another setup that brings us to basically the same area for the bearish retest. Weekly is also flipping down on momentum. Volatility is contracting the whole time. There's some hopium for the bulls there, with the jewel starting to curve around and give you a sell signal. Is there any divergence? Let's take a look. Higher high, no divergence. But momentum right now is right at that reset zone. So if this is going to be bullish, bulls would need to hold this median, close above the median. That would get momentum flipping back up, putting in hidden bullish divergence, and that'll take you up towards somewhere around $60. But as of right now, that's just a possibility. And what's more probable, since you have projections of the 38.2%, is that you're going to come down to the bottom 38.2%. And that's sitting at that same $37 area. Many things pointing towards $37. 37 dólares. There we go. On this 5 day, we're getting momentum right at the same point as the weekly at that reset zone. 5 days also putting in possible hidden bullish divergence, with volatility now sitting at extreme lows, and 5 days giving you the sell signal on the jewel. Slightly more in favor of the bears right now. And you're getting a fresh silver cross. That's cool. Very interesting. But you're smashing well below that 9 EMA, looking like somewhere around that cross is going to be the or a little bit below it is going to be the area to put in the next higher low. And that's sitting at about $38-ish, a little bit higher than the $37 area. 2-day is also flipping to the downside. 2-day does not have any possibility of hidden bullish divergence because we did take out this previous low, but we do have a possibility of regular bullish divergence because ever so slightly made a higher low on momentum, while price made a lower low. But to confirm this divergence, you will have to close over about $45.56. The easy target from that divergence would be somewhere around $55 to $60. Right now, the jewel is on the verge of giving you a very, very bearish cross with the pink right at the yellow. Almost certainly on this next close, this is going to cross down, and you're getting the God mode background with the oscillator also once again turning over into the dark blue. Not looking good. It's looking like that $37 zone is going to be a magnet. Because you're getting that momentum to the downside with volatility expansion also. Daily is now also in a breakdown, losing the 38.2%, losing the 55 EMA. Momentum is in the bearish control zone. No possibility of bullish divergence on the daily because you would need to make a higher low on momentum with lower low on price. So from here, you would have to make to have even a possibility of bullish divergence, make a lower low on price, and then momentum to come around and make a higher low. That'll give you the bullish divergence. And that lines up with one more move to the downside, somewhere around ideally $37. 4 hours as well is pointed to the downside, pretty close to flipping up, however, but it hasn't done it. And likely it's not going to until at the very least a test of this 200 SMA, considering we have or about to get 2 closes below the 100. The invalidation is on in the next 2-hour period, a heroic reclaim of this 100 EMA, bounce back up, girthy green dildo, and close over this area. And then the bearish move to $37 will be invalidated, and I'm going to be on the side that we're probably going to be retapping our current all-time highs. But it would take quite a lot for this thing to completely turn green here, go up another 4%-ish, and then close over that area, especially since we're so close to getting the silver cross to the downside. And you have a bearish jewel cross with the pink crossing below the yellow. I'm interested to see what this produces on a 4-hour. Let's put it right there. This one's not very good. While I'm drawing these up, I'll mention that someone hit me up yesterday asking if I'm going to go to Car Week and they're going to rent a GT2 RS, and I was like, "Fuck that."
Oh, sounds awful. I had someone also reached out. Who the fuck was I talking to? Oh, he was Obi. And he was like, "Are you gonna go to Car Week?" I was like, "Dude, do you think I'm gonna go to Car Week?" He goes, "All right, fair." And I go, "Are you going?" He goes, "Yeah, dude, it's my 10th year in a row." I was like, "Nothing sounds worse."
Why?
And he was, yeah, well, because he's got to do it for business, right? Like he has his dealership and he'll find, so I understand. But he was telling me now everything is for social media. Everyone is with the camera out, like ready to expose everyone. Everyone is just like on their phone the whole time. Like and brands are like pushing for that. So it's fucking horrible. Horrible.
Yeah, I don't care what car we're rolling in. I don't want to go at all.
No, yeah. I go to the beach now during the week just to like walk around or sit, fucking do nothing. And there's so many fucking people, especially girls, just like all they're doing is just taking pictures. Like, just sit the fuck there. You're there already. What are you doing? It's crazy.
And that's what I realized, that I was really just doing looking at the car, maybe taking a picture. Why would I spend $7,000 or $8,000 on a weekend in Monterey for that?
Makes no sense. And Monterey sucks.
Yeah, it sucks.
It's cool if you go golfing, but
nothing there.
Yeah, no.
6%. This one, 3%. How much did it bounce? Had less than half of a percent, so I'd say it's fair to take this move. 19%, 26%. This one caught the exact top. 12, 13%, 17%. Somewhere around 20-ish% seems to be the medium move. 19, 20%. I'll take it from the open instead of the wick high. That's about immediately 11%, 20% once again, 30%. Wow, this one was 1 4-hour candle.
Oh, wow.
This 1 4-hour candle would have paid for the jewel. 18% to the downside.
Those guys
Wow,
need to
and-
pay you. Those guys need to pay you right now.
Send me my check, Crown. Send me my commission checks.
Oh, I forgot it's Crown too. Yeah. God damn.
18.8%. This was basically the one indicator that, or the first indicator that Crown had made like for himself, for his own personal use, and then he decided to sell it.
I mean, that's the way to
He-
go now
he-
for everything.
Yeah, the price is so high that most people wouldn't buy it.
Yeah, smart.
All right, where's the next up? This one kind of a failure. From the open to the down, not really much at all. Any kind of bounce in between, so I'm gonna omit that one or count that as a failure. This one about 5%. I keep telling myself, keep having to remind myself that it's a stock. It's a stock. Calm down. 7%. So if we were to take it to about that 9 to 10% move, brings us roughly to that 200 SMA, a little bit above that $37 area. Let's see what 37 would be. Brings us to about 15, 16%. 20% number brings us to about $35. Not really that far off from 37. He's wrong by $2. Fuck him. RSI. Quarterly's got a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. Oh, very cool to see. Putting in a little bit of a Christmas tree pattern, but we'll ignore that for now. Nice little head and shoulders too. And this divergence is going to be active as long as you're closing over about $21.10, basically 50% from where we are right now. And your easy target off of the divergence is going to be the bullish control zone, which right now sits at about $58, just below that $60 target. And the next target is the simple moving average, which right now sits at about $93. I think it's a lot more likely to tap that $60 zone than this number updates for the simple moving average. To monthly. Nothing. Weekly is now about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence, and it will confirm with any close below about $43.80, and that will give you an easy target of hitting somewhere around the neutral zone. And the neutral zone as of right now, which will update in 2 days, but it's sitting at about $34.50. That's very close to that $35 number. Pretty cool. So maybe I will adjust my 35 to 37. Give myself a little wiggle room. 5 days.
I like
Also
that.
putting in that.
Can I be a downer to your theory?
Sure.
I think it's 36. 36 is the right number.
We'll meet in the middle. We'll meet in the middle.
There you go. Handshake. Done.
3 days got multiple drives of bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $48.47. And you've got 3 periods of 0% volatility with that multiple drives of bearish divergence. Your next target is the bearish control zone, which is at a very beautiful $37 number. 2 days also got multiple drives of bearish divergence. The next target is the bearish control zone, which we're already at about 10 cents below, $41.86. And 2 days not starting volatility expansion from many periods of 0 or 3 periods of 0% with bearish divergence. Daily also has many drives of bearish divergence with volatility expansion now for many periods of 0%. I hate it whenever I open the settings when I'm trying to zoom in. And the next target off of that bearish divergence is going to be the critical zone, which right now is sitting at about 3150. This will update in 4.5 hours. And nothing on the 4 hour. I will check the momentum. Quarterly on Celsius is pointed very heavily to the downside. Interesting. And it will be pointed down as long as you're closing below 68.28. So even if you go to tap $68, quarterly momentum would still be pointed down. Are we putting any divergences? Let's see. This low, not really, because you made a lower low. So there is some divergence, hidden bullish divergence between these points here, but it's very weak considering how far back it is. You would need the farther back the divergence is, the less effective it'll be. Hopium is you're getting volatility fully contracted with momentum to the downside. It is funny to see price dump about 78% and volatility is contracting the entire time. Or would you need a 99% dump to get volatility expansion?
Just the 99%,
Monthly,
just a small dump.
Yeah, just a tranquilo 99% dump. I mean, it moved up 8,000%, so it moves like a crypto, dumps like a crypto. Monthly is currently positioned to the upside, getting very close to getting out of the bearish control zone, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over 25.50. 2 week is currently flipped down. Hopium is that volatility is contracting, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 46.19. Weekly is also flipped down with volatility contraction, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 47.30. But that weekly is putting in possible hidden bullish divergence now with taking out these previous lows. 5 day also putting in that possible hidden bullish divergence, flip down as long as you're below 47.22. 2 day also flipped down, freshly flipped down, rejecting the bullish control zone, derp of death, expansion from many periods of 0% volatility, and you're pointed down below 45.47. Daily also pointed strongly to the downside with volatility expansion, and you're going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below 46.31. And even 4 hours flip to the downside with volatility expansion, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're below 42.57. So the high time frames on Celsius are, it's very, very interesting to see that you're getting a 78, 80% dump with volatility fully contracting. You do have a possible drive of a little bit of a weaker hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly, but it should be enough to retest this breakdown area of about $60. Likely a little bit higher towards somewhere around that $67 area. Right now on the monthly also momentum is flipped up, but it's in a bearish posturing because you're still within the bearish control zone. The only hopium is that you have taken basically reclaimed all of your major EMAs on the monthly. But aside from that, all of your time frames are currently pointed to the downside. Even all the way down to a daily and a 4 hour are pointed to the downside. So what I'm thinking right now is you're going to get a move down to somewhere around $35 to $37. And from there, whether we're bullish or bearish, I do think we're going to get a bounce, probably somewhere around 5 to 10% of a bounce. And depending on if we can reclaim about $48.50 on a daily closing basis, then we should see a move into somewhere around the mid 60s. At that point, it would still be a bearish setup. The only way to really reverse this from a bearish setup into a bullish setup is you want to get a daily close over about $61.25, and that'll take you up to retesting your current all-time highs. But as of right now, I do think we'll get a little bit of a move down to about $35, $37, and then we get a bounce. And depending on where that bounce takes us, we'll determine whether we're going to be testing the upper 60s or not, or if we're just going to roll over from there and break these current lows of the $20 area. Right now, I am slightly on the side that we're going to reject the first time around, make a higher low, and then try again for the current highs.
Nice. Coinbase is next, senor. Thank you so much.
Brian's bald.
Right. Oh, probably circumcised too. He seems a little Jewy. I can't remember what show. Oh, have you guys? I know, Farin, you never watch movies, but have you seen Horrible Bosses?
Oh yeah, that one's funny.
Yeah.
Funny as fuck.
Oh, I saw it last night again. Oh my god, such a fucking good movie. Oh my god, so fucking amazing.
I will say it's a damn shame that Kevin Spacey has been blacklisted.
No, but by the way, it's hard to explain this to everyone, but everyone in Hollywood does weird shit. Like no one's getting canceled or anything because everyone does it. Everyone. It's kind of weird, but yeah, it'll never happen. Also, because they have all the money and they work for the people that have more money. So no, it's never gonna happen, boys. Neither the Epstein or anything like that. No one has anyone been arrested.
Didn't you
yet
know?
for fraud in government?
Didn't you know Epstein was a hoax made by Obama and Biden? Come on, bro.
Oh, fun. It must be crazy just reading the news and thinking that all of that is true. Must be insane in your brain, but
Hey, real life is the best entertainment and comedy we have.
it really is. It's unbelievable. Alrighty, I appreciate it. We're gonna do Coinbase after and let us go. Ok, estamos viendo Celsius, damas y caballeros. Celsius ha tenido sus máximos históricos, los logró acá. Hizo un doble techo en el pecho en el 2024. Lo pueden ver acá entre marzo y mayo. Y desde entonces ha estado cayendo. ¿Cuánto ha caído? Desde el tope. Llegó a caer hasta un 78%, nada mal. Y ahorita está 58% abajo, tal cual en el precio el día de hoy. Vamos a empezar con la trimestral porque hay bastantes datos en esta tabla. Pueden ver que esto salió al mercado en el 2007. Tremendo timing. Y se quedó plano hasta el 2020. Después de la pandemia, esto explotó a la alza y pueden ver lo que está haciendo. En mi opinión, esta es una tendencia alcista bastante sencilla de poder ver. Así es como lo tendría. Nada más ahorita no les voy a pintar esto. Continuamos haciendo de estos máximos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, pero ahora estamos creando bajos más bajos que los pasados, que estos, y altos parecen ser más bajos también. La pregunta es, ¿qué va a pasar? Y la respuesta es, Momentum está apuntando en todas las temporalidades a la baja, para que lo sepan. Voy a decir, en la trimestral estás por debajo de tu promedio del 9, lo que lo pone en una posición bajista, y tienes tu volatilidad que está contrayendo al punto más bajo de la tabla. El punto más bajo de la tabla está un par de porcientos abajo en el 22, estamos en 24% en este momento. Una vez que Celsius entre acá, nos va a dar un movimiento bastante agresivo y honestamente tiene cara que está preparando algo así, algo fuerte. Mensual estamos por encima de nuestro promedio del 9, lo que nos pone en postura alcista, pero tienes volatilidad también contrayendo en esta temporalidad, lo puedes ver acá. No al punto más bajo de la tabla ni siquiera, pero contrayendo efectivamente. Ahora, en la mensual tienes esta vela topera. Una vela topera es una vela que el cuerpo, la parte gorda de la vela, es 25% o más chica del tamaño total de la vela, y pueden ver que claro que lo es. Y está en la cuarta parte baja de la vela, y lo está. La media está por acá. Esta sin pedos es la parte cuarta. Y la confirmación la dio instantáneamente acá, con un cierre en 71. Después hizo este fake out con un alto más bajo y de ahí ya se dejó caer como gorda por tobogán, como gorda en tobogán. Pero desde entonces encontramos piso justamente en los $21, esta zona bastante importante que era antes resistencia. Hicimos un SFI, volvimos a regresar, la rompimos y eso nos llevó a altos históricos. Ahora estamos retesteando esta zona, lo que para mí lo hace fue una oportunidad genial para quien lo haya aprovechado en los $21. Y ahora estamos haciendo altos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos por toda la tabla. Así que en estos meses hemos estado viendo desde el 2025 a Celsius recuperar. 2 semanas también tiene volatilidad contrayendo momentum, apuntando para abajo. El S&P 200 es literalmente lo que nos aguantó aquí y quiero llevarlos y poner su atención acá. Voy a quitar esto que no hace falta tenerlo. Lo que estamos viendo por acá sencillamente son un retesteo de los promedios. Y lo había puesto esto antes del stream y justamente vino a tocarlo. La pregunta va a ser, ¿se va a quedar ahí o va a bajar más? Y ahorita les voy a traer algo que estamos viendo en la tabla que creemos que podría ser. Es más, aquí está. ¿Ven esta línea que está acá? Ahí está. Esta línea de acá, desde septiembre del 2024, la volvimos resistencia. Lo puedes ver acá en octubre que venimos a testearlo. Luego venimos por acá, pum, 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 lo retomamos con 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cierres por encima y tienes tu breakout. Cada que tenemos una de estas escenas, ¿qué esperamos? Un retroceso y de ahí continuación. Para aquí marcar el siguiente mínimo más alto comparado con estos y estos. Y ese número para este retroceso está en los $36. Por ahora. Es lo que estaríamos esperando. No nos sorprendería si veríamos ese retroceso. Y voy a poner el HPDR a ver si nos da un poco de confluencia. Ahí está la media también, en los 36,76 centavos. Con la media en la de 2 semanas puedes entender el por qué lo vemos así. Y también acá es el 61.8%. Aquí es donde va a variar. ¿Dónde se va a detener? En los 36, que es el 50%, en los 37, la parte baja de la zona azul, o en los 34. Cualquiera de estas zonas es válida para poder tener el movimiento que estamos platicando en este momento. Diaria. Diaria, ya puedes ver que el 78% está justamente en el 40 y tu 88% está muy por debajo del 36. Esto quiere decir que no va a ser un movimiento rápido a la baja. Así que teníamos que tener bastante paciencia para esto. Ahora, viéndolo en la diaria, viéndolo así tal cual, la primera zona de interés debería de ser justamente donde está tu EMA 100, que es esta, en los $39. $39, que es por lo que tenía circulado esto, que ahí va el precio para ahí. Si aguanta esto, chido, vas a continuar y hacer un nuevo alto por acá. De no aguantar, vas a tener tu siguiente oportunidad justamente acá en los 36. Y la última, para que esto sea alcista, sería en los 33, pero con una invalidación en 32.25. Esta sería la oportunidad máxima. Dudo que se vaya a dar, pero nunca sabes. Solamente para que lo tengan en cuenta para todos mis amigos alcistas en Celsius. La cosa es, y lo voy a poner en las 2 semanas para darles la fotografía. Aquí hay varias cosas pasando. Una, puedes ver este patrón. Si llegamos a los $57 y comenzamos espérame, ¿en cuál es donde se veía clarísimo? No, es tal cual. Si llegamos a los $57 en Celsius y rompemos a la alza, ahí es donde todo podría empezar a cambiar. ¿Por qué? Porque ahí tendrías un patrón de tasa y agarradera hasta acá. Y déjenme lo medimos a ver hasta dónde nos llevaría si lo rompemos. Nos llevaría una vez más casi a máximos históricos en 94 y sería un alto más bajo, quién sabe. Pero lo primero que queremos ver es básicamente que en nuestra semanal nos aguante el promedio del 34 o de perder lo que sea rápido. Estaríamos mal y esto no iría a subir más si pierdes los $32. Y a la alza esperaríamos los 67, pero primero 57 van a ser muy importantes. Si puedes recuperar 57, vas probablemente, yo pondría mis fichas a que esto iría a casi máximos históricos, por ahí de los 90 y tantos. Pero es bastante fácil saber dónde estamos mal. Si eres alcista, estamos mal si nos llevamos justamente los 32. Si nos llevamos los $32, vamos probablemente a los 21 otra vez. Y si eres bajista, no quieres llevarte los 48.57 a la alza. Y definitivamente quieres perder los 36 primero. Y pues ahí está Celsius. Más fácil. Oye, brother, más fácil no se puede analizar esto. En fin, vamos a la que sigue. Vamos con Alex y Amazon, damas y caballeros. Es más, ¿saben qué? Tengo esto listo. Ready, señor.
Nice. So I want to shift gears and look here at the 3-day on Amazon, because I think it just kind of ties this chart up nicely. You know, you came down, you lost the EMA 21 on the 3-day. You're in silver cross posturing, so you would have been gauging this zone. Specifically, when you saw the EMA 9 hold as strong as it did, you essentially had an easy trade up, just riding it all the way up from, oh, really, when it got reclaimed here from like 190, you were able to ride that all the way up to the $230 region. So now I want to really watch carefully this zone, because if we are going to go up, you need to reclaim the 21, EMA 21, because this is like the second zone that you're watching for the silver cross. Reclaiming this could then start solidifying a local bottom, and then there you could get a move up to at least $222 and like 42 cents, flipping at least this support possibly into resistance, and maybe even filling this gap here. If you go to the daily, you're seeing you got the bounce off the EMA 100. Good, that's what we want, but now we really need to start getting back above, call it $215. It's a big zone. I don't trade off the 55, so you can just see getting back above that meme line would actually open up a move up to that $222 region, specifically right around that 3-day EMA 9. So it's going to really, start on the daily, getting back above $215 and holding it. You can just see the reaction when you got back above and held above it. That's when you started to move upward. On the flip side, though, you can also see it's actually kind of similar posturing, where the EMA 100 on the daily is sitting right around that $214 region. Here you see it's right around 212, right around this meme line. Once you lost the meme line and the daily EMA 100, this led to a move all the way down to the SMA 200. Now, for us, the easy trade to really gauge if we're weak or not, you can see the SMA 200 has moved pretty closely to that EMA 100. You can see this gave us, a pretty easy trade down to the next target. But if you start really losing this SMA 200, this is where I really have to consider a major move down on Amazon, specifically looking at maybe flipping this support that has not really flipping, using this wick high essentially as support, and then seeing if we continue to hold. I mean, that's kind of the next zone, right at the psychological number of $200. If you can't hold this region, then yeah, I do think $190 is up next. Let's check the HBDR and see. So you're already in breakdown. You already see here a move up to that daily EMA 9 would be right around the 61.8%. So, the easy trade is if you get really back above the EMA 21 and the 3-day holds specifically above the 21 and then reclaims the 9. Yeah, I do think it can open up, possibly a move back to the $229, the meme line, which then the daily shows that would be a bearish retest. But until then, I'm not really looking for a deep move to the upside. Rather, just kind of test $222. Then see if we flip that zone into resistance and reject. But you have an easy gauge here. You can know that this is going to start moving down once you lose the SMA 200. Why I say that is so you're not aggressively scaling shorts here. Rather, just wait for the spring, see if you fill some of this gap. Maybe if you go up to here, it does gap fill. There you get a nice price divergence trade. An easy invalidation, because if you're shorting here, where's the invalidation? Well, I mean, you'd have to use just this wick high, but then that just doesn't make sense, because if this is going to retest simply the daily 9, which would be bearish, that would in theory take out all the stops using this wick high. So you just want to be aware of this chart. I do think you can bounce in the region that we're at. We just need to be, actually reclaiming support, which could happen on today's closure. The EMA 100 is always a big zone on any chart, and I feel like it's even more respected on stocks. Boomers love moving averages, so I'm not really surprised that you're getting a bounce here. It's just more of, is this bounce going to solidify more of a bottom and moving up, or is this just going to put in a lower high and roll over? Pretty dramatic trend shift here. I mean, you just aggressively dumped. So you would be gauging some kind of lower high being put in. Let's see how the weekly looks. Oh, so yeah, weekly is even telling you right around, I mean, this is sitting at $218.36. So, I'm looking more around $222, but even so, this is telling you to be more cautious on Amazon. Bounce at the weekly 21 was expected, but now you're just sitting right underneath the weekly 9. You've seen this before. Hit the weekly EMA 21, got a bounce up, couldn't reclaim the weekly 9. This here led to a major move down, giving you a 26%. And all the trigger was simply losing the weekly 9 and not getting above it. So you've already lost, and even here you held the meme line even. So, bulls were looking at this as, support finally got hit. Maybe you're putting in a bullish retest in confluence with a weekly 21. But you can see even with all of that, that easy trade idea, it still got stopped by the weekly 9. So here you lost the meme line, you've lost the weekly 9, you've rallied off the 21. But now you really do want to be cautious around this region. Did Amazon have earnings? It's very interesting to see a red dildo.
You can see down. You see on your chart that it has a little flash at the bottom, a little above volatility.
Let me right here. Yeah.
Click it.
So maybe it's.
It's just news.
The rules, yeah. Maybe this.
Yeah, because normally if there's earnings, it puts an E right there.
Yeah. See, and that's just how you know I just looked mainly at crypto. But no, I always forget. In stocks, side note, this will tell you the info if there is some info, news or earnings or whatnot. Not a good chart though. You don't want to get overly bearish here, but you just want to have the trigger. And that's why it's going to lie on the daily. It's going to be dependent on really if you're going to lose, $215 or not. But as it stands, you very well could get a little more upside, maybe overshoot that weekly 9, test this cluster of moving averages, and then roll over. This gap does not need to get filled immediately. I'll just say that. That's the easy trade, but it doesn't need to get filled. So the weekly looks not the best. 2 weeks not the worst, though. This is just a massive topping candle on the 2 week. And I'll go back to the 2 week, but I want to check the monthly real fast. It's funny because, Amazon, on the monthly, likes to come down, take out the higher lows, bottom off, even though it's technically a trend shift, and then move up, not losing that monthly 9. I was going to the monthly to see, is the monthly technically in a downtrend? How I'm viewing it is yes. I mean, technically, I do believe this swipe down took out this low, which I'm looking at as the last major higher low. Going back to the 2 week now, you have obvious price divergence, plus it rejected this region. Last time you rejected that $229 region, this is what took you down to this 2 week EMA 34 and also meme line. So you just want to be understanding that big moves down does occur around here. We don't have a lot of data since this was a high, but for what it stands now, the weekly losing the 9, the 3-day potentially weakening the silver cross. I'll go back to that. Right across. It's only weak simply because you've lost the 21. So whenever you get to that 55, generally is just a sign to me that this silver cross is weak and or going to invalidate itself. You have that in confluence to a major weekly red candle, losing that weekly 9. To me, it's really brewing a setup like what we saw in the beginning of this year. So just understand that, Amazon's looking bearish, but it quickly can turn bullish. And that's why I think the easy trade is sitting on your hands and watching the $215 carefully. This provided you an easy trade where once you lost $215, you were also able to lose the weekly 21, giving you a bearish retest short, stop right there, follow through. Here, I'm not really wanting to be aggressive shorting this weekly 9 simply based on the daily, but we just want to watch $222 and understand that if the 3-day does reclaim the EMA 9, that'll be a big sign for me that, yeah, this potentially is going to make a move back to around that $229. Getting back above $229 will solidify a major bottom and potentially an all-time high is brewing on Amazon. until then, just, play what you know. Understand that this potentially is going to give you a lower high on the 3-day. You also have a major gap here. So if you did squeeze up, shouldn't really surprise you. If you're a bull, it's just all eyes on taking out $229, reclaiming that, and then taking out the low that was or the high that was formed on July 29th. This will be a very crucial high to take out. Why? Well, simply you can just take out the price divergence here that's forming. Often when you come all the way back up and take this high out, that's when you often get breakouts. So you saw it slightly here. I'll use this one. Right, it's just easy, more visual for a lower high. 2-week evening star, follow through, came up, rejected, gave you that price divergence. Here it should have rejected. Once you broke this high, that's what started to really, move up. You can also see just, slightly, you did almost throw it back here. And then once you actually took out, the high that formed it, that's just the confirmation of a breakout. So in this example, once you get back above $229, yeah, it's really going to start looking like you're going to test this high. Taking out this high will solidify, potentially a new high is brewing on Amazon. So that's why I think it's wise to use $229 for the extremity high. Watch this zone. $215 is support. You are bouncing off support, but understand that this bounce could easily just get sold off once you do hit that daily EMA 9. So let's see real fast. Interesting. And so you're even in a monthly breakdown on the HBDR. This looks like it got the bearish retest in July. So ideally, you do see follow through in August. So, this just kind of at least puts it in perspective, which is if you are uber bullish on Amazon, I'm not really seeing the argument until you actually take out this high. Right at $236, July's monthly high. Once you take that out, yeah, I think you can make a new high potentially. So interesting chart.
It is. I'm sorry. I was, of course, muted. Of course. It is a very interesting chart and also a very interesting time for Amazon because it's been certainly, I know it's going up, but it's going up like not that much. It's acting kind of like Google. And to me, Amazon's going to be one of those companies that's going to enter that AI phase and just explode to the upside. Because, dude, imagine eliminating every single one of your workers, every single one, and just own the robots that do everything. You know how much money they're going to make?
And save too. And production will just be better.
That's why it's going to be quicker. Shit's going to get to you faster, and it's going to cost them nothing. And that's without considering, which the one thing that no one is considering, energy is going to zero eventually. And I know that's a crazy thing to hear right now, but it is. Fucking amazing. Good for Amazon. Good for Jeff Bezos and Lex Luthor Corp. We're going to go with Chipotle right after for my boy Abu. Y para todos los que me están esperando acá en el chat, los veo. Estoy yendo uno por uno de sus nombres para que yo sé que Ramón me tiras estos, Eder me tiras el otro, etcétera. Estoy dando uno a cada persona y después ya podemos empezar a repetir si no les importa. Entonces vamos ahorita de Amazon, nos vamos a Chipotle. Bueno, después de la que vaya a ser Farhan, que ya le había hecho Coinbase. Vale. Bajo advertencia no hay engaño, brother. Güey, o sea, llega temprano. Ok. Vale, estamos viendo Amazon, la empresa de Jeff Bezos. Tenemos algo que entender acá con Amazon y lo quiero poner en esta vista. Amazon, por más alto que esté, ha estado rangueando acá el 2024 todo este rango. Amazon es una de esas empresas que debería explotar a la alza con muchísima fuerza. Pero ahora, atentos. No hoy, no mañana, no en un mes, no en 6 meses. Amazon va a ser uno de los beneficiarios más grandes de la inteligencia artificial en toda la historia. ¿Por qué? Porque Amazon va a poder despedir a todos sus empleados que empacan cosas, que ponen todos y poner robots. y además inteligencia artificial hacer las cosas más rápidas, sin contar que también sus entregas pueden ser automatizadas, como los de Tesla. Ellos invirtieron en Rivian también y eventualmente, por supuesto, puedes tú llevar tu coste de energía a lo más bajo posible. Literalmente, energía para ciertas empresas va a costar cero y Amazon va a ser una de ellas. Porque pueden invertir en su propia infraestructura eléctrica para que entiendan todos los cargos y lo puedes absorber todo del sol. Y yo que sé de eso, estoy invertido en una de esas empresas. Se los digo, va a ser una mamada. Entonces, Amazon va a ser una gran oportunidad. Ahora, la oportunidad viene hoy. Vamos a ver, vamos a darle una vuelta a esto. Amazon salió a la bolsa en 1997, en abril, cuando Jeff Bezos trabajaba en su pequeña oficina esa de nerd y solamente vendían libros en línea. Pero ahora Amazon vende absolutamente de todo y se dedica a absolutamente todo lo que te puedas imaginar. Y hemos visto cómo después de quedarse abajo por muchísimo tiempo hasta el 2007, después de este tope que había hecho en el 99 con el boom de las .com, después de básicamente casi una década, finalmente tuvo su breakout y de ir a cotizar máximo en los $5, está en 218. Nada mal para Amazon. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9 en la trimestral, 21, 34, todos en orden. Además, bajos más altos. Y ahora, ojo a esto, ojo a esta tendencia. Esto en el 2018 fue el 2020, 18. Tuvo este mínimo y luego este mínimo fue el del 2022. Si te sacaras la lotería y pudieras comprar Amazon en 126, ¡puf! Para que venga a ser esto y después a la alza. Ahora, esto es a muy largo plazo y tienes que ser paciente. De nuevo, estoy invirtiendo a largo plazo, voy a ser muy paciente y va a ser completamente diferente si estoy tradeando esto, ¿ok? Que también lo puedes tradear en BTCC, por cierto. A largo plazo, yo voy a esperar a que todo el mundo crea que Jeff Bezos se va a ir a la bancarrota y ahí es donde entraría. Ahora, ¿eso va a darse? Nada es garantizado, tristemente. Sobre todo menos ahora con la velocidad que AI. Güey, ChatGPT salió en el 2023. ¿Alguien puede entender la rapidez? Nunca en mi vida había visto algo así en tecnología. Es una mamada. Así que solamente tengan eso en mente, que muchas dinámicas en todo van a cambiar, pero no quiero que les dé FOMO tampoco. Siempre hay una oportunidad, siempre hay descuentos en el mercado y hay que ser pacientes. Ok, altos más altos, bajos más altos. Amazon literalmente está en un puto tear de no mames. Y me atrevería a decir, poner esto acá y decir que tu próxima entrada va a ser con esta línea. ¿Y por qué esto así? Esto para mí es un SFP. Justamente acá. Si no sabes lo que es, ve a ver el criptolingüe en nuestro Discord. Y si no entiendes aún así, ahí tienes el cursito de $29 que te juro no me va a hacer millonario ni me va a dar para comprarme otro café, brother. Luego lo tenemos que vivir entre tres y pagar impuestos. Eso sí, me mamaría ser uno de esos güeyes que vende cursos a $10,000. No entiendo por qué alguien compraría eso, pero verga. Sería muy bueno. Qué bueno me salió el cafecito hoy. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual podemos ver que continuamos en esa tendencia alcista. Este mínimo justamente en los 151 nos lo dio en agosto del 2024 y en abril del 2025 después de la guerra arancelaria. Y ahora estamos después de este subidongo, este bajadongo, un subidongo. Este fue un alto más alto, un bajo más alto. Y ahora la cosa es, ¿esto va a ser el alto o vamos a continuar a ver esta vela hacer un alto más alto? Faltan 23 días y 4 horas para cerrar esto, todavía es bastante tiempo y voy a poner el HPDR para darnos una idea de si estamos cansados, en qué parte del rango estamos para dar probabilidades, ¿ok? Y pueden ver que en la mensual justamente venimos de pum, tope, parte baja de la zona azul, pum, tope, nos fuimos al 61.8%. Estamos en el 61.8%. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9, lo que me dice que mínimo voy a ir a retestear la parte baja de la zona azul en los 238.27. De poder romper los 238.27, que por cierto es ya cerquísima de altos históricos, voy a poder darme un putazo hasta los 271 y de poder romper los 271 y Amazon sí va a la parte alta de la zona azul, lo pueden ver acá, aunque no la rompió, está en $300. Eso es bastante bueno. Eso es que, déjenme lo mido. Sería un movimiento de aquí a eso, de casi de 45%. Nada mal, nada mal. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. Espérenme. Estoy viendo mi volatilidad, tíos. Volatilidad está preparando un movimiento agresivo. No sé por qué empecé a hablar como Pato. No, también Pato, ¿no? Como si hablara como pinche Don Bigotes o Sam Bigotes. Amazon está preparando un setup bastante potente por acá, en la mensual. Déjenme ver la trimestral. No, en la trimestral ya tuvimos esa expansión de volatilidad junto con este movimiento a la alza. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas tienes volatilidad contrayendo. Estamos justamente cayendo de ser rechazados el 61.8% y pues venimos a retestear el 9, le hicimos un front run y ahora deberíamos, en teoría, ir a los 230 una vez más. Eso nos pondría en postura alcista. Lo que no queremos perder sencillamente son los $208. La zona entre, digamos, 207 va a ser mi zona a no perder para poder dar continuación y irnos a los 240, hacer un máximo histórico, etcétera. Semanal, volatilidad contrayendo también. Tenemos, justamente estamos en contra de la media. La media está, esto para mí es muy importante, esta línea meme que está acá. Y ahorita les voy a enseñar también la tecnicalidad del por qué. Si podemos romper 220 a la alza en un cierre semanal, que todavía faltan 2 días y 4 horas, no estoy diciendo este podría ser el siguiente, etcétera, pero en teoría, en este movimiento que estamos platicando, en los $220 deberías de poder ir a los 232. Ya en los 232 deberías sin problema alguno ir al 61.8%, ese máximo histórico. Pero todo esto se invalida con el 207. Los voy a llevar a la diaria. Diaria tuvimos este gap down. Ven lo castigado que está Amazon. Llegó hasta el 78, 88.3%. Caímos entre el 78 y el 88.3%. Y pueden ver que las únicas veces que cae más de eso es en situaciones extremas como lo de la guerra arancelaria. Y ahorita, pues todo continúa tal cual, que por supuesto todo está en la mierda, pero deberíamos de poder romper esto. Una vez que pasemos una vez más, 220, va a ser crítico para poder llegar a máximos históricos y romperlos. Les voy a enseñar esto simplificado, sin tanto pedo. ¿Ok? ¿Por qué digo que esta línea verde es crítica? La punteada que está acá. Y también se ve así porque el precio está por aquí, justamente. Pueden notar, yo creo que lo voy a poner en la semanal, que es la más importante de todas. Para mí, yo aquí lo sigo. Una vez que rompimos esta zona, subimos, retesteamos. Ahora, no la habíamos tocado antes. Retesteamos, subimos. Una vez que la pierdes, retesteas y se convierte en resistencia que es básicamente bajista. ¡Pum! Caes. Subes, retesteas, caes. Subes, rompes, casi máximo histórico, caes. Estás justamente intentando subir una vez más. Esa línea que tengo acá pintada está en los $219. Y los 220 es mi promedio del 9. Si puedo romper esta zona a la alza, simplemente vamos a continuar a la alza. Así de fácil. Y si yo voy a perder los $207, voy a tener más probabilidad de venir a los 189. Para que lo tengan. Eres bajista y quieres ver bajo, quieres que el precio vaya para abajo, quieres perder los 207 en cierres diarios. Ahora eres alcista, quieres cerrar por encima de 220. Esta semana u hoy, cualquiera de las dos opciones sería excelente para ti si eres alcista. Y si eres alcista, tu invalidación en que vas a romper máximos, en tu invalidación de estar mal, es que rompas los 207 a la baja. Si eres bajista y ves que Amazon se lleva, tu primera advertencia sería los 217, segunda los 220 y la tercera, básicamente en semanal, arriba de los 233. Arriba de 233, si eres bajista, estás pero cocinado en Amazon, cocinado. Ahí lo tienen bastante fácil, damas y caballeros. La empresa de Lex Luthor a futuro. All righty, señor. We're ready for the base of the coin. Bold Brian, circumcised Brian, and whatever else you can imagine. And also the new owner and infrastructure of the new monetary system, which is pretty cool. Financial system. Imagine, dude. Imagine being that dude. just a bold little guy that runs the entire fucking world and everything is running on your shit. Pretty good. Pretty
Not bad, not bad.
His
Yeah.
wife looks
And
totally
also,
like she's gone
His what?
some like his wife. I saw a photo. She looks like very different. She's just getting all this work done.
Of course. Look
yeah.
at Jeff Bezos. He married an alien and then took the
It's so
skin of
weird how
a
people
weather
do that.
reporter.
They get
There's no
some
other
money, then they
explanation.
get every single plastic surgery under the sun, and it just looks bad.
Yeah. Well, I have a lot of friends that have made it big, and instead of surgeries now, what they're doing is they're hiring these anti-aging doctors, and they spend literally like $500,000, $1 million a year. But that looks way better. It's a lot of money, but that looks way better. But you have to work out, you have to eat
Yeah,
well.
it's more like productive lifestyle, taking it to the extreme of biohacking. That's fine, but like all the cosmetic shit, everyone just looks the same when they get all that crazy work done.
Yeah, just like if you open your Instagram and everyone's doing the same stupid little dance, everyone looks the same too. Like all the girls, like the brunettes look like Kylie Jenner, and all the blonde ones look like who's a blonde famous lady? Whoever
Whitney?
the fuck, it's the same stereotype.
No.
Yeah, they wish, dude. See,
Yeah,
this
I
all
don't-
natural.
Yeah,
That's
they don't look like her.
yeah. That's
No, but yeah,
a
that's what I saw in Dubai.
special.
I mean, they're all like, they kind of look like Kylie Jenner, like kind of, but there's something off. You can just tell. And you
Well, yeah, the surgery is not as fancy as the one Kylie used.
like, oh, I don't know. It doesn't look right.
Yeah, agreed.
And in Dubai, I think 80 or 90% are Ukrainian and Russian prostitutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. Like it's terrible. It's insane. I told you the first time I went with all the Cub Gang dudes, all of them were like, "Oh, we're gonna get girls," and then like the first night we were out, they all were like gone from the table for like an hour, came back, and they're all like, "Everyone here is a hooker." I was like, "Tough shit, boys. Tough shit."
Isn't that your speed though?
But that's what I would say. Yeah, it is. I mean, it is. They just wanted it for free, but then they realized they had to pay and they just paid. But, you know, it is fucking insane how many hookers there are.
99%.
Just that.
And that's a conservative number. So on the monthly on Coinbase, we are now below that median, but we do have about 23 days and 4 hours left to go. So it's a long time left to close below that median. But if we do close below the median, we're going to have a 61.8% chance of, at a minimum, coming down to this 38.2%. But I'm gonna be on the side that we're gonna go a little bit lower towards that 21 EMA that's sitting somewhere around like $236 currently, ever so slightly rising. What I would the most ideal bullish scenario would be price continues to chop around here when it loses the median, and then this 21 rises to this 38.2% and then makes a retest with it and then continues upwards. The most bullish scenario obviously is that we just have a heroic reclaim of the median, turn this into a girthy green dildo, and close over this 38.2%. A little unlikely. Right now, the Academy long has been filled around that $300 area. Stop loss, I believe, is at that $235 area zone. So if the 21 does rise up and we do get a retest somewhere around the 38.2%, or even if we do get a retest of 38.2% and front run the 21, the long would still be valid, and the target would still be somewhere around that first area of around $400. Well, first it's about 370, 380, and then 400-ish after that. Because didn't want to ignore that resistance zone. Go to the monthly right now. We're forming a drive of hidden bullish divergence on the monthly. A little bit difficult to confirm though. You would have to close over your current all-time highs at around, well, not exactly all-time highs, but current rally highs at $444.65. Getting a close over that though would give you a move based off of the previous HPR trend, somewhere around that 90-ish% to the 100% zone. And these numbers are going to update, so take this with a grain of salt. But it currently sits over $800. I don't think it's going that high. Probably somewhere maybe in the 600 zone. And that's just a total guess, by the way. No data to back that up, except for the 78.6%. On the jewel on the monthly, we are starting to curve back around and give a fresh buy signal. This is the first time on the monthly jewel the Coinbase is giving a buy signal ever. Wow. Hopium is that it maintains that median and uses this buy signal to go towards first retest of that 380s. Then I expect to pull back from there and then into the mid fours. 2 week is starts flipping down on momentum and volatility after tapping the 100%. Right, we're sitting right at that 9 EMA. If we get a close below the 9 EMA, then I'm going to be expecting a deeper pullback to somewhere around this 38.2%, sitting at about $250-ish. And this is going to be the area where you're going to have to hold it on a closing basis, or very likely our long is going to get stopped out, because from there you're going to probably come down to somewhere around 170s to 180s. The ideal scenario is we come a little bit lower, test this 21, 38.2%, flip around over here. These HPDR ranges will step up at that point, and then we can make another try. Weekly is also pointed down on momentum right at the reset zone. Volatility is sitting at 0%, and the jewel is now curving around and giving you a sell signal. But you do have that pink over yellow cross in the background, which is a more bullish sign than the sell signal. So what's more likely to happen based off of this is that this oscillator curves back around somewhere around here at the edge of the bullish control zone, and then flips back up. And that would be a bounce somewhere around that $280 to $270 zone. Let's go to 5 day. 5 days, basically same exact setup as the weekly, with momentum down, volatility down, sell signal on the jewel. 2 days getting to very extreme levels to the downside, about 91% on momentum and volatility. And we're tapping around the 95% on the HPDR. This is a high probability bounce on whether you're bullish or bearish. And this was the reason why I gave $300 as the entry for the Academy long. Even if we're going to be bearish, very likely bounce from this 95%, this 55 EMA, and get a retest somewhere around 320 or this 21 EMA at around like $330, $340. And at that point, if you want to front run the TP, that's your prerogative. That's a move of how much from 300? Let's see. It's like a free 10 to 12% move up. Not bad. And you would also be filling this gap right here, where we opened on a gap down. And the 2 day is about to give a very bearish cross on the jewel with the pink close to crossing below the yellow. Maybe in about 2, maybe 3 maximum closes, this is going to cross down. And we have a God mode signal in the background too. Daily's already done that jewel cross. And from the cross, we've dropped a decent amount. Let's see. We're down currently about 26% from that jewel cross. Very arguable that it has played out, especially since momentum is now at such extreme lows, volatility is at such extreme highs. We're sitting right at that daily 100 EMA. Very, very, very high probability bounce area. The area where you're going to know that it's not just going to be a bounce, it's going to be a reversal, is if you close over about $387 on a daily closing basis. Then you're going to be retesting these highs and probably breaking them. 4 hour also at a very, very high probability bounce area, sitting below the 97.5%. Volatility is at 97.6%. Momentum is at 97.6%. Jewel sitting deep in the critical zone, very high probability bounce, and you have a silver cross to the downside now. So what's going to be what's going to confirm the move higher from here is going to be a close over this 97.5%, which is sitting at around $303.66. That should give you a move a little bit higher to somewhere around this 100 EMA, and retesting this 9 at about like the 330s. And then the next zone is filling this gap and retesting the silver cross at around that 350 to 360s area. But more likely than not in the short term is a bounce. Quarterly is forming a very, very disgusting candle right now. Monthly is now forming a third bearish divergence. Ooh.
That's really bad.
Yeah, that's very fucking bad. And that will confirm with any close below 334. Uh-oh. Your easy target off of that bearish divergence is going to be the neutral zone, which right now sits at about $222, which we'll update on the next close. It'd be interesting to see this rise to like 250 or 260. It'd be very bias fitting. 2 week has many drives of bearish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing below about $436.38. Very high up. And your next target on that divergence is the bearish control zone, which right now, well, actually, this is a neutral zone, which right now sits at about 291. And the bearish control zone is a 122, but this number will update. Nothing. Daily's got multiple drives of bearish divergence, already in the critical zone though, so not much to do from there. And very high probability bounce in the critical zone. Because you notice every single time the RSI has been anywhere near this level, we've gotten at the very least a bounce. Here we got a reversal. Here, reversal. Let's find another one. Here, not a reversal, but a decent bounce. Here, reversal. So more often than not, it seems like we get reversals whenever the RSI comes to this zone. Sometimes we get bearish retest and failures. Nothing. Now we'll go to momentum. Monthly momentum is still, it's freshly flipping to the upside. This is one of the other reasons why I gave that Coinbase long. And we're flipping freshly back up, rejecting the bearish control zone, and we're pointed up as long as we're closing over about $235.27. This would have hidden a bullish divergence if we did not close below this wick low. Closing low, which is about 178, and then we closed here at 172. Because of that close, that makes it impossible to have hidden bullish divergence. Well, now what we're looking for is regular bullish divergence, which that's not even possible right now. So on the lower time frames, maybe it is, but on the higher time frames, not really. We don't really need it on the higher time frames to hit new all-time highs. They would just help a lot. 2 week also currently pointed to the upside, close to flipping down. It'll flip down if you close below about 306.80. Weekly also, weekly is currently flipped down, and it's rejecting the critical zone, breaking out of the critical zone now, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below about $417.25. See what happened last time we lost the critical zone? We got to move pretty sharply down to the 200. We lost the critical zone over here. We got to move down to the 100, basically where the 200 would have been at that time if we had the 200. Over here, we lost the critical zone. Connect with the 100 EMA, basically where the a little bit below where the 200 would have been at that point. So let's give us targets around that $230 area as of this moment. But this 100 is going to slowly rise with every single close. 5-day also flipped to the downside, basically the same look as the weekly. 2-day pointed heavily to the downside with volatility expansion and a dope of death. About to break into the bearish control zone too, and you're pointed down below $415. Daily also currently pointed to the downside with volatility expansion, but you will flip up if you can close today over about $311.30. And 4 hours now freshly flipped to the downside with volatility at extreme highs though, so mean reversion is due. And you are going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below about 296. So this is close to flipping back up, or 297. And the 2 hours already flipped up with volatility contracting, giving that mean reversion move that we're looking for. And we're going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over about $295. So on the high time frames, Coinbase still looks very bullish to me. It's got that beautiful United States pattern right here. We got momentum freshly flipping to the upside on the monthly, rejecting the bearish control zone. And then we pointed up as long as you're closing over about 235, 234, 235, 236. And all of the medium-term time frames are currently positioned to the upside until the weekly and the 2 week are currently flipped down. But if you go down to the into the weeds, like the very low time frames are on the 4 hour, the 2 hour, the daily. Those are on the verge of flipping back up. 2 hours already flipped back up. You're getting to very extreme areas on the HPDR, like whether we're bullish or bearish, very high probability we're going to bounce from here. And the areas for the bounce that I'm looking at are somewhere between $330 to $360. If to be honest, I probably would, if I see any weakness around 330 to 360, I would front run that TP on the Academy long of 380 and just TP there. It's not really that big of a difference, and it is a significant resistance zone. And if you can get a daily close over about $387, that's what's going to take you into about roughly mid 400s for. I think very likely you're going to get a rejection and consolidation there, put in a slightly higher low, and then into that 78.6 target of somewhere around that $600 zone. And remember, I gave multiple different conditions that have to be met before that $600 zone gets met. Daily close over $487. Remember that. Daily close over $487. If that doesn't happen, no $600. You can't clip me with that. And on the low time frames, you are looking for a silver cross retest on that 4 hour. That would be also into that $330 to $360 zone. And then from there, you likely do, even if we're going to be bearish, come down a little bit to retest somewhere around, unless we close over 387, to retest somewhere in the just below 300s, like the 280s, 270s area. And I'm of the bias that from there, we're likely going to go to new all-time highs. And the invalidation on all of this is either getting a tick below about, on a tick basis, we would use it lower, about $142, or a weekly close below about $235. Either one of those two things would invalidate the bullishness for me, and very likely then we're going to be hitting the Academy stop loss and going to break down most likely at that point. And if Coinbase is breaking down, that has implications for crypto, and likely our uptrend is going to be over at that point.
Sorry, what's the validation one more time to the downside?
It's going to be getting either a tick below 142 or a weekly close below 235.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, senor. All righty. One more time. Blah, 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 blah. 1 second. All righty. Tesla, senor. For you.
And not T-Mobile.
Yeah. What's it?
You right?
Yeah. At my age, you can swallow saliva the wrong way and then just die. Fuck. Okay.
My God.
We're back. We're back. We're so fucking back.
We are so
thank
back.
God I didn't die. See, it's life is fragile, boys. Very fragile at 40 years old.
Yeah, I'll cough the wrong way and my back will be fucked for the next week.
You'll throw your back, you'll get a new hernia. You never know what's going to happen. No, it's the beautiful surprise of life. Thank you. Ok, vamos a ver Coinbase rápidamente. Para todos ustedes en vivo y en directo, damas y caballeros, vamos a empezar en la trimestral, por supuesto, como siempre. Recuerden, Coinbase hizo este máximo histórico justo cuando salió en abril del 2021 y el retesteo fue octubre del 2021, que bueno, no fue el retesteo, el segundo pompazo para después caer ya a su mercado bajista. Tengo demasiados niveles pintados en esta tabla de Coinbase que nunca más vamos a volver a regresar. Así que, ok, ahí está. Si se llegara a dar, ¿no? En la trimestral podemos ver que nuestro promedio del 9 está aquí abajo en los $220. Bastante buena oportunidad sería para acumular en esa zona. Si es que llegas a ver Coinbase en $220, ahí estás viendo la gran oportunidad que se viene. Por ahora, de este máximo hemos creado un alto más alto. De estos bajos hemos creado bajos más altos. Y esto se ve alcista de absolutamente a madre. No hay muchos datos y volatilidad está completamente en extremos. Vamos a la mensual donde ya empieza un poco más a desarrollarse todo lo que estamos viendo en la tabla de Coinbase. Podemos ver que nuestro promedio del 9 está justamente acá en los 267. Una zona importante para el precio aguantar. ¿Por qué? Porque te llevas los 267 y puedes ver que cada que nos llevamos esto y tenemos un rechazo, caemos hasta acá. Perdemos esta zona, caemos hasta acá. Y resistencia, después lo volvió, ¡pum!, explotar a la alza. Para mí, la oportunidad ideal de Coinbase en este mercado van a ser los 267.50. ¿Te los va a dar? No sé. Nada es prometido en este maldito mundo, ¿no? Solo la muerte y los impuestos, brother. Y ya, honestamente, a menos de que vivas en Dubái. Aunque ya también tienes que pagar ciertos impuestos en Dubái. Así que también que no le hagan a la mamada. Por ahora estamos justamente por encima de mi línea meme en los $300. Siempre y cuando aguantemos los $300, deberíamos de poder dar continuación a la alza. Después de un nuevo mínimo, tienes un nuevo máximo. ¿Dónde vamos a encontrar el próximo mínimo para después ir a hacer el siguiente máximo? Esa es la pregunta del millón. Habíamos visto volatilidad. Volatilidad había estado expandiendo ante este subidongo, pero pueden ver que en esta última sesión está dándose la vuelta para abajo ante esta bajada, lo que indica una corrección. Y es por ende que mandamos un long a todos ustedes que son miembros de la academia de los Trading Alerts. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas podemos ver volatilidad también tuvo ese empuje a la alza y justamente una vez que llegamos a la parte alta, como que se quedó planita y de lado. Y eso me dice que esto podría ser una gran corrección. En 2 semanas estás justamente apoyándote el promedio del 9, que no habíamos tocado desde que lo rompimos en mayo, pero atención a esto, si te llegas a llevar el promedio del 9, el 21 debería aguantar y una vez más estaría en los 2.66. Cualquier cosa de abajo de los 2.66 no se vería bien. Abajo de 2.66 soy bajista. Siempre y cuando estemos por encima ahora y de 300, soy alcista. Semanal. Dios, pues en la semanal tenemos volatilidad contrayendo. En la volatilidad está contrayendo, perdemos nuestro promedio del 9. Hemos tenido 3 semanas duras en cripto. 1, 2, 3 velas. Esta vela faltan 2 días y 4 horas para cerrar y el promedio del 21 nos está aguantando perfectamente, como de librito, casi, casi. Después de acá, que no habíamos tocado el 21 desde esta zona en mayo que rompimos a la alza, tienes que probablemente venir a retestear y dar continuación a ese long. Acá la cosa va a ser, vamos a llegar a los 340 y se va a detener con esta resistencia del promedio del 9 o vamos a continuar y ahí vamos a llevarla paso a paso. Ya en la semana les puedo poner el HBR para darnos una idea exactamente de esto. Oye, hay gente insultándome en Twitter diciéndome que soy Jim Cramer. Dejen de decir mamadas. Yo soy mucho mejor que Jim Cramer. Yo me equivoco 98% de las veces. 98. Jim solo se equivoca 60% de las veces. O 69. 60 creo. 60% de las veces. Yo me equivoco 98%. Así que Jim Cramer me la pela a ser Jim Cramer. Para que sepan. Solamente lo digo. Ok. Con eso pueden también ver que nuestra media semanal se encuentra justamente por debajo de nuestra línea doteada. Y es muy importante eso, porque de poder aguantar por acá, deberíamos dar continuación hasta el 61.8%, estos 432. Pero de perderla, vamos a venir a la parte baja de la zona azul en los 262, que es justamente abajo de mi línea meme. Y de no aguantar, muy probablemente vayamos a visitar los 239 y ahí empezamos a comprometer la estructura que estamos viendo en este momento. Aunque nuestro promedio del 100, que está justamente acá, podría ser retesteado y de ahí rebotar, pero sería eso ya demasiada presión sobre el precio de Coinbase. Diaria pueden ver también la otra idea de long, estamos en el 95% aquí abajo, eso debería de encendernos, tenemos volatilidad ya dándonos este súper bajón, llegando a extremos. Y esto nos dice que Coinbase muy probablemente, y tienes el S&P 200 justamente acá en los 266, si llega a aguantar aquí por encima del promedio del 100 diario, alcista. Si llegas a caer a los 265 y te aguanta el S&P 200 diario, alcista. Simplemente es dónde vas a estar, dónde te va a sacar, ¿no? Va a ser esto y ya chingaste o va a ser esto y ahí chingaste. Y cualquier cosa por debajo de esto, al culo. Así de fácil. Vamos a simplificar esta tablilla para todos ustedes. Básicamente, el nivel de los $300 tiene que aguantar. Si no aguanta, tenemos una última esperanza justamente acá en los 266. Y si perdemos los 266 en cierres, yo creo que nos podríamos despedir del mercado alcista y todo cripto estaría en peligro. Pero por ahora, Coinbase tiene cara de haber hecho mínimos, altos más altos y mínimos más altos, aunque este debería ser el mínimo más alto que sigue después de este máximo, pum, este fue pum, 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 para acá, y de no aguantar acá, el peor escenario sería los 266. Abajo de 266, soy completamente bajista en Coinbase. Por ahora, esa es la forma de invalidar todo esto. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vámonos a, what's next? Chipotle.
The Chipotle way.
The Chipotle way, señor. That's right.
Yeah.
It's a little area in your pants.
I do miss Chipotle. When I go to the States, I do eat it, and then I always regret it. It always just hurts my stomach.
It's so funny.
But it's damn good. It is good.
Just wait until they launch in Mexico.
Oh my God. You're right about that. I completely forgot. The stupidest fucking business move in the universe. Just wait until that makes him a quadrillion-dollar company.
You know, people go, it's in Mexico City. They're going to go there and eat Chipotle instead of just.
Don't you know Mexicans like to pay $16 for a burrito?
Well, we don't even eat burritos. I don't know if there's burritos where you guys live. But
no, people don't eat burritos in Mexico. I've been saying that too.
Yeah, it's wild. It's an American thing, kind of.
It is, though. Like enchiladas, okay, and like all the other stuff, but not burritos like how we eat it in the States. Like breakfast burritos and stuff, not really.
Yeah, no, that's very American.
I do miss the breakfast.
Americans like finger foods.
And fingering.
Well, that too. Carbs inside of carbs. That's really what Americans like.
Yeah, that's the secret to America.
Get
fat and obese right now. It's your opportunity to get completely big like a fucking elephant. Eat carbs. It's the American way. I'm sorry. Go on.
No, it's true, though. It is true. It's just, it is crazy what the American diet is run on. Chipotle is insane, though. I mean, wow, what a breakdown. I thought we looked at this maybe last month. It was looking somewhat hopeful. We're getting possibly a reclaim back above that $54.54. Monthly 9 was supposed to hold. What a trap. Into July, you absolutely didn't hold that. And even more so, deviated all major moving averages in one monthly candle and even giving you a lower low. Pretty nasty stuff. So, you know, what I'm looking at now is, well, you've lost the $43 support line. I'm not really looking at the 55 for any kind of bounce zone. I just use that for crosses. And now even just on this monthly perspective, I mean, you are back within this range. We just look here, right? We saw this be resistance. We saw $39.20 act as like a mid-range, just using this wick high. Losing that led you all the way down to that $35 region. Here, I find that interesting because you are under the monthly EMA 34. That's been holding. I mean, this was solid support around this region in 2022. You came down, you hit the 21, and then you bounced. It's absurd to see this just in 1 month, swipe all those moving averages and lose them. Now what I want to see is a move down into August, right around maybe going down to like $39. That's the hopium that, you know, you might solidify a bottom there and get a bounce. But understand that any bounce from this point needs to be looked at as a lower high. You just need to simply play the monthly downtrend. This isn't a solid downtrend. I'll show that here. You're consistently getting lower highs and lower lows. So if you did get a bounce, let's say, I would be really gauging this zone carefully. We saw the EMA 34 often act as the extremity low on the monthly. And also you saw this meme line, this yellow meme line, act as support. Both are lined up pretty nicely around the $47 region. So that tells me if you did, let's say, go up and put in a bearish retest around this zone, you should be looking at this as an opportunity for shorts, and the extremity high is $48. I don't think you're going to test the monthly 9, and that's just based on how well the monthly EMA 34 was holding. I mean, this was very strong support. I understand you lost it here. You reclaimed it, and then on the throwback, so you went down all the way back down 21%, and then this solidified a bottom, essentially pumping you out of there. Same scenario here. You went down 33%, and actually technically lower if we're, you know, wanting to use this wick low. Pretty insane, 55%. But again, EMA 34 held. solidified a bottom. So that's kind of why I'm using the 34 instead of the 9. And I do like that it's lined up nicely with mean line support. So that can at least give you a gauge. You know, if you are watching for a move up, I'd be really looking at that $47 region as major resistance. And as it stands now, this has put in the monthly bearish retest. If you are super bearish, this will just go to the next zone, being $39.20. Let's check the HPDR. Gosh, look at this. It was just like a 38.2% breakdown, rallied up, tested the bottom side of the 38.2%, and then you're breaking down. This is an interesting perspective because we've seen multiple stocks have this same perspective. I'm trying to think now, my bad memory. Even just the stock we looked at before Chipotle, if you guys remember the name. Oh, Amazon, right? Amazon, yeah. Yes. You know, just look at all these charts. I mean, monthlies are in breakdowns. Even Google comes to mind as well. Monthly is in breakdown. That's very interesting to see that. Going back now to Chipotle, CMG, this was in that same posturing, but you did get the follow through. So I just find that kind of interesting. Each chart I'm seeing on the monthly HPDR, they're all just showing kind of the same thing. You know, and Chipotle, you actually got the follow through. So yeah, breakdown has occurred. I'm looking now at the next zone going to $39.20. And let's see what the weekly has in store for us now. I can already see not a good thing. Not a good thing. So that weekly SMA 200 on any chart is a very important spot. You need the weekly SMA 200 to absolutely hold. And often when you don't hold that, excuse me, that's often when like a chart really just starts dying. Notice that, you know, when this started to populate in 2009, you didn't really go under it. Getting hiccups while I'm talking. I hate that. You didn't really go under it until this zone here. Back in 2015, what occurred once you did lose it? Well, when you lost this, it essentially just led to a really nasty move down, 31% from just here, not even taking it from the full length, which was a 50% haircut. That's pretty brutal from that weekly SMA 200. Okay, cool. Then you came up, chop, 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 reclaim, interesting, big zone, green dildo party. We're so back. We're so back. Except we understand bullish retest specifically on a major zone. So then you got that major dump down, black swan, hit the SMA 200, bottomed, never to be tested again. So here we are. And this just shows how sold down Chipotle is. Like, damn. Let's see here.
I would say you can measure that and see how it compares to 2022 and 2008. 2020, 2022, 2008, just to see, because it feels like it's very punished.
2020, like the correlation in those time
No,
frames?
no. There's no correlation. I just want to see like how much it went down, like from the top in 2008 to the bottom. Yeah, and it's 2020 and 2022.
75%.
I remember that's the biggest one, I think.
Oh, wait. Here's another big dump. 47%. 2017 right here. 2015. 67.
And that's when they got the new CEO, right?
Here.
Which now he's gone.
Oh. 2020 Black Swan. 55%. So it seems like you're just always around that 50% region, top to bottom. Let's see where we're at from here. 38%. So let's just say there's nothing telling us this is going to be true, but if we did get that 50% pullback, that would
right
actually
there
take you in line with that $34 region, which is right at that EMA 100. So, you know, that would make sense. You kind of would need to see this absolutely hold, because if you don't, this is a cook chart. So the weekly losing the SMA 200 tells you and me that, yeah, this is weak. You've lost major support. You may not get that move up to, $47. You may just actually go to the next range, honestly. Because, right, if you started to move up, let's say, go to $47, put in a bearish retest, you would be putting in a bullish setup here just based on the SMA 200. You lose it and reclaim it. That often is a bottoming setup. And it's hard because, again, you don't have a lot of price action with this. You did reclaim it here. You lost it and then you dumped. So, you essentially, here you do have that where you lost it, you did, but I guess on the flip side, let me get my words straight. On the flip side, when you lost it here, yeah, it just led to a very shallow pump leading to a 20% dump once you lost that. And then you got to pull, and then you got to move up. So my point being is that the fact that you freshly have lost this doesn't really convince me now that you are going to move up, because you don't really want to see this get reclaimed if you're a bear. So rather so, you could very well just see the next zone be hit. We saw a 20% dump from when we lost that. That would in line take you right around that zone, 20%. Let's just be accurate here. Right there, 34.31, exactly in line with that EMA 100. Right around that zone. So, that's a big zone. Overall, though, Chipotle is looking like it's about to give you at least a 15% dump from where it's at. And it's not a good sign. Let's go more higher time frame. We're looking at the 2-week. Same thing, right? 2-week EMA 100. An EMA 100 on any chart is important, but on the 2-week is insane, specifically for a stock like Chipotle. Same thing that we talked about, like on the weekly. It's just this zone is EMA 100, SMA 200 is very important. You haven't been under this since when? Let's see. December of 2008. 2018. Jeez. December 2018. That was when you lost it. So it's just been years since you haven't tested that. And the fact that you didn't get any kind of mean reversion move off that weekly SMA 200, 2-week EMA 100. That's just weak. That's terrible. I would have at least expected for sure a bounce. Terrible. So I would be very cautious of this chart. It really does look like it's just in the process of a major breakdown. And my next target, what I'm looking at is technically $39 is the next zone. If you lose this, then it's going to confirm, you're going to move down to like that $34 region. And depending on if this EMA 100 moves up more, but with the rate of this dump, I don't know if it will, you could just overshoot the meme line, come down and actually test the EMA 100 on the monthly. This isn't a monthly downtrend. You don't want to be a contrarian trying to bottom trade this, catch along. This is like in a bear market now, so just be very aware of that. And you even see on the quarterly, you have that EMA 34 sitting right at $34. So maybe the 21 holds, but you've often seen the extremity low with Chipotle come from that EMA 34 on the quarterly, which makes sense. That often is the extremity low before you bigly break down. So, from this point, you haven't lost it. Again, 2018, you've just solidly been above it. Quarterlies, even in a downtrend. You're just putting consistent lower highs. The final nail in the coffin will be simply taking out these lows. So you very well could do this, swipe the lows, get a bounce, quarterly lower high next 3 months, and then break down. Very well could do that. It's really, again, not until you get back above the weekly SMA 200 where I'm going to be more convinced you can get a deeper bounce, at least a mean reversion testing this region. But yeah, this is kind of telling you should be scaling shorts here. And then if you reclaim it, then you can just long and, actually play the ranges. But for what it stands now, yeah, there's like, just because you've had 4 red weekly candles does not mean it can't just continue.
It's been very fucky too.
5. Yeah, it has been. Yeah, I mean, let's go to the daily now, because we've just been focused on the more higher time frame. I think it's easier, but let's see this. So yeah, it was fucky. I mean, you were just really getting a lot of chopper on the SMA 200, baiting shorts in the sense of you were getting dumps from that point, but here it just literally reclaimed it, moved up, major SFP, lower high, and then your confirmation of like scaling shorts was here. But again, just not clean because you were still holding the 21. Let's see here. Little bounce off the EMA 100. How big of a bounce was that? Like 2%. Not bad for a stock. But again, just couldn't get back above the moving averages. Let's see if there's any big silver crosses here. And you have a daily silver cross, so at least that tells you if you do, let's say, bounce, you should be gauging the daily 9 and or also maybe the 21. You have a gap here, but nothing's really saying that's going to get filled. And actually, more so, bears wouldn't want to see a move past $43, because again, then you might then start reclaiming that weekly SMA 200, therefore giving bulls a setup. I'm like, what could have shown you that this was going to occur? It was just this 5-day, this deviation. Literally what occurred here. And you had one bearish retest. See, that's clean trading. And then a dump, follow through. Like, this is what I want on Bitcoin. Follow through to the downside. She's a bit whore. So yeah, I mean, let me look now real quick. Let's just see anything else. Terrible chart though. Terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I didn't. Let's look at the bi-monthly. Oof. So the bi-monthly is interesting because I mean, it plays within the mean lines, which is I mean, the 34 you should get some bounce. It kind of lines in with the monthly. You're playing within the ranges. $39 remains a big spot, but this is a very concerning chart because if that doesn't hold, I mean, this will just ultimately go back or have a literal measured move down to here. Again, I don't think that's going to occur though, because you would have to literally front run that monthly EMA 100. So I don't think that's wise to do, but yeah, you should just be watching this region because you very well could then maybe come up, come down here, wick back up. You have still 23 days, so it very well could happen. No volatility set up. Let's check quarterly volatility. Contracting. Interesting. Oh, wow.
Ooh.
So you actually have
That's terrible.
Monthly, fresh monthly volatility setup. So again, just kind of plays into the idea that the weekly SMA 200 should reject. Bears don't really want to start seeing that get reclaimed. Let's mark off each monthly volatility setup we've had. That's it. Yeah, so then let's see. So we're in one now. This one led to a breakout. I'll take it from here. I mean, before falling back under the moving average, that did give you about a 26.8%, right around 27% move. Come here, this is a downside move. Was a 41%. It's like 37%, depends how you look at it. But from the wick low, that was 41%. And then here was the last one. So you've had 2 bearish ones, 1 bullish one. Another 44%. Interesting. So it's like 35%. That's what we've seen around that region. Pretty detrimental. I mean, let's see here. You start to fire off. So, I mean, let's just see real quick. It's trickier on the monthly. So, I mean, you just literally sort of fire off on this candle. I'll just take it from here. I'll give bears the benefit of the doubt. So all the way down to here would be 40%. So again, we've measured that. That's usually on par with these monthly volatility setups. We can go 35% right around $36, testing these lows. But still, regardless, I mean, and I'm testing it from here, right? This high, this is when it started to expand. But you could make the argument like, you know, and it's just harder because it's on a monthly. So it is harder to measure that. But technically, yeah, I did start to fire off on that candle. So I do think that, you know, with this freshly firing off, the fact that you've only ever had 3, 1 being to the upside, 2 to the downside, that's not really a good sign. And it really does kind of solidify more the argument of coming here before anything. Just maybe like just coming down, and then you might bottom, maybe, right? It's just more of, are we going to flip the trend back up? Are we going to take this low out? This is going to be a big spot. But overall, Chipotle is looking extremely weak to me. This is like a very bad chart. And you really, as a bull, absolutely unequivocally need to get back above $47. That's kind of like a good spot, I think, because then at that point, you know, the 2-week EMA 100 is possibly going to get back above. The weekly SMA 200 is already reclaimed at that point, potentially. And then here you can maybe get back above the monthly 34. So I think using $47 as your line in the sand on if this is going to be bullish or not is wise. And as long as you're under $47, this is, you know, more in breakdown territory. Any move up to here is just going to look like a monthly lower high, because that's literally what we've been doing, I mean, all year long. From this point, you've just been putting in lower highs. So let me draw that a little better. There we go. So, I mean, like now your gauges, you got to really get back above $47 and then take out July's high. That'll be great. I will be like, wow, that was a quick shift for, you know, bulls getting back in control. Till then, yeah, it doesn't really seem likely. And this tells you that if you are thinking about longing this, I'd be very cautious of that idea, because this is literally freshly firing off. It's only at 26%. And you've seen these easily go up to the 50%. I mean, this one here literally led to 50%, over 50%. And then here you went over 50%. So regardless, this still says, yeah, this is still very fresh. So, you know, that's my zone. I want to be watching $39 and like 20 cents very carefully on Chipotle. That's the next bounce zone. But really, I mean, as it stands, I'm really just looking for $34 to kind of put in this a bottom, if it is going to. If, let's say, we don't hold $34 and this monthly EMA 100 gets lost, leading also to a bi-monthly loss of the 34, yeah, I am going to be convinced then we're going to start seeing that $23 region, $24 tested. Pretty big drop down from that point. Let me do this. Ooh, so 31%. But I mean, we've seen this before. Let's see. Let's go to a more lower time frame. Right, it's like once you lost that 39, or no, it was here, right here. Once you lost this zone, I mean, you did just straight up break down. You came up, solidified it being resistance, broke down. Now, from this point, I mean, let's see how long it took. 161 days to fulfill that. Nasty. The point I'm trying to bring home is that, you know, as long as you are under that weekly SMA 200, using $47 as your line in the sand, this is not really looking good. You're actually supposed to be scaling shorts around this region, looking for the next leg down around $39. So that's what I have on Chipotle. I'm kind of surprised how quickly that shifted to bearish. But yeah, I mean, that's just how it goes. That's why you always want to just be aware. Like, I do think you should have been cautious, just like how I've we've been looking at stocks and shouldn't be disregarding the price divergence on the monthly and also being in a monthly breakdown. We're seeing a lot of charts like looking like this, where you're just having that 38.2% shift massively up, and it's just opening in breakdown posturing. So, I mean, yeah, you actually got the breakdown here on Chipotle. I don't know what other stocks or charts will do, but I just noticed that correlation, which is a lot of them did open into August like this. So, yeah, fun chart.
Fucking crazy. Absolutely crazy, my friend. This was like a nice bearish retest. And then fuck you.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Someone shorted that, and someone was surprised by that move. They're like, damn, I didn't expect that. That's crazy. Usually, like, to lose all major moving averages on a monthly, not even getting a bounce off that weekly SMA 200, even surprises me.
Yeah.
That red dildo was when investors found out they would be opening in Mexico.
Probably. They're like, what a fucking waste of time and money. That shows you that who took the CEO of Chipotle? Do you guys remember? Was it Uber? No.
Not sure.
Can you please ask your favorite artificial
see.
intelligence for me?
Let me do that. Loading up graph.
Starbucks.
Oh.
They gave the dude 100 million for signing. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I remember hearing that.
There you go.
Reading about that. I know I want Chipotle. I'm like craving it. I'm craving it.
I'm craving some Chick-fil-A.
Ooh. Yeah, that's good. There's one right next to my favorite, my In-N-Out, my local In-N-Out. And every time I go to the In-N-Out, I'm like, should I go to Chick-fil-A? But man, the Chick-fil-A destroys my stomach. It's crazy.
For me,
it's so
Chick-fil-A
delicious.
is so much salt that I'm drinking water all day after eating Chick-fil-A.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I eat a lot of salt, so I don't know about that, but my stomach is just absolute like that special sauce, which is delicious, the secret sauce or whatever it is.
Oh, the Chick-fil-A sauce?
Dude, it's so
like
good.
200 calories a pack.
It's so good, but that motherfucking thing has also like something they put in diarrhea medicine, literally on stuff to give you on laxatives. And not a lot of people know that.
And you easily go through like 2 or 3 of those packs. It's like
Oh yeah,
calories.
yeah. You're taking literally laxative medicine, which is terrible. But well, not terrible. If you feel like taking a crap, why not? But if you don't, big surprise out of your ass. All righty, let's do this before we close with Tesla. Estamos viendo Chipotle en la de 2 semanas. Y ahora, lo que quiero enseñarles es, habíamos puesto este triángulo, esta bandera en el último stream, la última vez que lo vimos. Y vimos que habíamos hecho este tope, tuvimos un alto más bajo, bajo, bajo más bajo, alto más bajo, bajo más bajo. Ahora, la cosa es, depende de cómo quieras hacer esto. Si tal vez estés buscando un rebote que venga para acá y después continúe cayendo, sería la única cosa que podría haber con una invalidación acá. Es el único trade acá de largo plazo. ¿Por qué? Porque lo que estábamos viendo también ahorita, y se los pongo en la trimestral para que lo puedan ver rápido, es cuánto cae Chipotle cuando cae. Y cae bastante. Acá tenemos un 66%, y esto fue en el 2017, y también no va como con las fechas de todo lo que nosotros estamos acostumbrados a. Chipotle es muy, muy único en cómo se mueve. Este fue un 70% en el mercado bajista del 2008, luego tuvimos esto en el 2020, 2022, 21. De nuevo, esto es diferente a todos los demás. El tope fue julio del 2021 para Chipotle y cayó 38%. Y ahorita lo que hemos estado haciendo es caer desde acá arriba hasta donde estamos, 38%. Entonces, ya estás dentro del promedio, pero del promedio bajo. El promedio medio de una caída de Chipotle es a 50% y el promedio, ¿saben qué? Y el promedio El promedio alto es 70%, 50% es justo. Y si vamos con 50%, vamos de acá. Justamente aquí abajo. Lo pondría, $34. Sería un 50% y ese sería el siguiente promedio que te debe dar la caída de Chipotle. Por ahora estamos rompiendo estructura alcista. En la trimestral perdiste tu promedio del 9 y probablemente, bueno, ahora, atento, en tu vela trimestral falta un mes y 25 días, básicamente 2 meses para cerrar. Tu promedio del 21 está acá. Cuando caemos del promedio del 21, siempre vamos al 34. El 34 está justamente en los $34 subiendo. Entonces, poner eso ahí en la trimestral, estamos empezando a ver un breakdown si es que no regresamos por encima de los $52 para el cierre en 2 meses y ¿cómo se llama? 2 meses, pero podrías hacer algo así como esta vela. ¿Ya viste? Un hammerhead potente. Mensual, por ejemplo, alto, bajo, un alto con vela topera, pum, seguimiento. Ahora acá, estás por debajo del promedio del 9, cerraste por encima del promedio del 9, pero fue un SFP. Lo habías perdido desde acá atrás, en el 2024, en diciembre, lo perdiste, lo recuperaste solamente con este cierre, pero estás volviéndolo a perder. Vas a necesitar un milagro para regresar a ganarlo. Por ahora te está aguantando el promedio del 55 y es justamente donde está el precio aguantando el soporte en los $42. Estos $42 los pierdes y vas a ir a $36. Eso nos da la más alta probabilidad de los movimientos que siguen, $36. Pero no hay manera de decirte si a huevo lo va a perder o no. Tenemos que ver el movimiento porque justamente está aguantando muy discretamente entre la baja del canal y también esto. Interesante, pero también empezamos a ver que estamos en extremos. Ahora, todo cuando está en extremos puede llegar a mega extremos. Si estamos hablando del 97.5%, eso es donde está nuestro promedio del 100, que una vez más, por ahí de los $34, $36 es lo que sería si continuamos a la baja. Y de ahí no aguantar, ya no te quiero dar objetivos a la baja. Pero si eso no aguanta, definitivamente va a ser una putada. Para poder ver esto de mejor forma, a mí me gusta la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas lo pinta muy bien. Tienes tu parte alta de la zona azul tocada, tal cual como lo hiciste acá, y cada que tocas la parte alta de la zona azul, caes. Tocas parte de la zona azul, caes. Esta caída fue al 88.3%. Esta caída fue al 88.3%. El 88.3% está en $38. En $38. Si podemos aguantar ahí bien, si no, pues vas a tener un viaje a los $30 planos, tío. Semanal también ya te tienen extremos. Estás en el 88 al 95%. Vamos a ver qué tantas veces en la semanal hemos caído tanto. Segundo. Casi nunca. Más que con cisnes negros como el 2020, casi nunca has caído tanto en la semanal, hasta la parte del 95%. Puede, porque también aquí tienes tu vista semanal para mí es la ganadora, ¿ok? Puedes ver el HPDR, lo abajo que estás, puedes ver el SMA 200 acá. Y también, ve toda la confluencia que tienes. Tienes 3 factores de confluencia acá. Veme decir 3 factores de confluencia, verga, pinche genio de mierda. Tienes el canal que está aguantando acá a la baja, ¿no? Tienes el SMA 200 que está acá y tienes la línea meme justamente encimita. De poder ganar los $43 y no perder los 42.31, ahorita sería la manera de, ¿quieres agregar a tu posición en Chipotle? Agrega de una. Esta sería tu primera entrada. Si esto aguanta, chingón. Si estás haciendo un trade acá en Chipotle rápido, puedes hacer un long y poner esta invalidación en putiza. Te puede eliminar la invalidación, por supuesto, pero sería el trade más obvio y además está centavos abajo la invalidación, que sería bastante bueno. Vinny the Pitbull. Come here.
Buenas tardes, Vinny the Pitbull.
Farhan says, buenas tardes, Vinny. He's like, I lived in Riverside before, but I've never spoken Spanish. So he's a very American bully. Go, Diamond. Go on.
No hablo español, señor.
Go on. He does not habla español. Fucking Vinny. Estamos viendo todas estas cosas por acá al mismo tiempo. Entonces, para mí es bastante sencillo. Estoy viendo una vez más la semanal. Esta es la vista que voy a dejar. Voy a dejar mi promedio del 200 y voy a entender que justamente aquí arriba en los 43.36, podría ser resistencia. Ahora, si esto es resistencia, ya te dio el bearish retest, vas mucho más para abajo. Bueno, no vas mucho más para abajo, vas a la siguiente zona de abajo, que son los 37 o 36 dólares. Si llegas a dar follow through. Y acá esperarías rebotar. Si no rebotas acá, no entiendo qué esté pasando en el mundo, que Chipotle se vaya a algo con una pérdida como el 2008. No tendría sentido. Bueno, sí, pero no. Y ahí lo tienes, Chipotle, bastante sencillo. No me voy a bajar a diferentes time frames, es literalmente esto todo. Si esto no es un bearish retest del 43 o del SMA 200 o del canal, puedes ver el canal. Si no es un bearish retest y te da para arriba, bien. De ahí ya te vas a preocupar. Tu siguiente zona sería en los 51, donde en verdad encuentres fuerte resistencia. La primera, que sería light, sería en los 48. Pero de que esto en verdad sea un retesteo bajista, simplemente esta vela fue la ruptura y este es el retesteo bajista. Pueden ver, ¿no? Un retesteo bajista es bastante sencillo de entender. Cuando caes de un nivel y lo vuelves a retestear, pero no lo aguantas, que es justamente lo que estamos viendo, junto con el SMA 200 y una vez más mi canalito por acá, para abajo. Si aguantas esto, para arriba y vamos paso a paso, primero a los 47. Estamos equivocados si ya queremos que este sea el fondo, simplemente con el fondo de esta vela. Te llevas esta vela para abajo y al pito. Y para la gente que es bajista, estamos equivocados y tu invalidación entraría por arriba de los 47.98 con cierres arriba de 48 dólares, básicamente. Y ahí tienen Chipotle, damas y caballeros. Vamos a ver la empresa de coches nazi de Elon Musk, Tesla. I saw a fat white lady driving yesterday, Model X, and she had one of those stickers that said, I bought this before I knew Elon was crazy. I wanted to, I was trying to make a story with it, but my phone wouldn't focus on it. And then I drove by her and I was just laughing my ass off, and
It's
she just
so
didn't,
funny. Yeah,
she didn't want to look at me.
No, I literally laugh at them too, because I'll drive my mom's Tesla and I always see other Teslas and they always have the bumper sticker like, I bought this before I knew Elon was crazy, or some stupid shit.
Oh, so crazy.
I want to put a sticker that says, I bought this after I knew Elon
I
was crazy.
told my mom that we should buy something that says that. Like, I bought it because Elon's crazy.
I bought this after I found out Elon was unfathomably based.
That is a phenomenal one, sir. If you haven't done that, we should just look up for one of those businesses that prints shit like real quick.
Hey, make $1 bajillion off of that. Bought this when I found out Elon was unfathomably based.
I really wrote it down. I'll see how feasible this is.
And you know, I'm in tune with the young kids culture because I use the word based.
I know you are, and also because you're under 30. So fuck you.
For one more year. So on the quarterly on Tesla, we're right at that zone where if it's going to be bullish, this is where you will flip back up on momentum. We're sitting right at that moving average with volatility now compressed to extreme lows. And we have a couple of closures confirming this quarterly jewel buy signal. Right now, what's going to be key is just holding on to this 5 EMA, which is right around that $300 zone. And we will, at the very least, whether we're bullish or bearish, get another reconnect with this median, which is sitting right now at about $350. That's, once again, assuming you continue to hold this 5 EMA. Getting a closure over the median, wherever it is, once you close over it, is what's going to give you that move to the top 38.2%, which is right now basically a little bit below our current all-time high, sitting somewhere around like $437-ish. Very likely based off of the relationship with the HPDR with Tesla does, probably going to go a lot higher than there, because if you notice on all of the extreme, like the extreme highs, it is sitting right at that 100% zone, if not somewhere around the high 90s to 100%. Got it right there, you got it right there, you got it right there, and probably I'm not targeting anywhere over here though. I'm just saying that likely you're going to go higher than this zone here, and my number for that is still sitting somewhere in that mid $500 area. Sure, it's not that much higher than our current all-time highs. I'm not comfortable saying this number because it's a little high. Now we would go to the monthly. Monthly right now is in the bearish control zone with volatility still expanding. The only times that, or every single time Tesla has entered this zone in momentum, you can see the reaction. You come all the way down to somewhere around that mean line, which lines up with the 88.3, 95%, and then from there it ends up being a major bottom. Okay, let's see where we've tapped so far. We tapped the 88.3% right over here, which is the exact same area we tapped in this zone here before we bottomed and made a move up. Let's find another zone here where we went down. This one we went to the 100%, but we also went to much more extreme levels on momentum. Find another one. Over here, we went into that bearish control zone that ended up marking a bottom. We got a nice move up. And here you get a nice bounce after you entered the bearish control zone. Here was, how much was it? About 16%. Get a nice bounce here as well from the bearish control zone. Basically, you get a decent sized move up, if not a reversal. Right now, what we would need to have a reversal is we need to see a close over about $367.71. If that happens, then you're very likely going to be going to some nice new all-time highs, and I'm targeting somewhere around this 38.2%, which is at that mid $500 zone, about $550. Right now, on this previous monthly close, we did reclaim this 5 EMA after kind of deviating it, and we're 9 EMA, and we're still holding it, back testing it right now, and getting expansion, and currently over the 5 EMA as well. Closing over that 5 EMA wouldn't necessarily tell us that we're going to reverse. It would just make it likely going to retest somewhere around the zone, making it a lot more likely to have that reversal once you test that $350 zone. It is still possible that you test that $350 zone, get a nice little rejection, make a shooting star, and then you get a dump ski from there. I'm on the side that not happening. More so, I think we're going to have a bullish outcome. Let's look at the jewel. The jewel is still giving us a nice buy signal with the pink above the yellow, which is still valid. And this would be the area where you would flip it back around and curve it into a neutral signal. We would line up with closing over that 5 EMA. 2 week is now at the reset zone, technically pointed down, but is at the reset zone with volatility starting to expand from 0%. And the jewel's still on the buy signal. Plus, we're holding the median for several closes. Right now, the median's at about $314. So if you can get a close over there, that's what gives us the move into the 350s or 360s. And then that's what makes it possible to get the reversal. There's a lot of steps in between to get that reversal. Weekly is now also freshly flipping to the upside. Let's see what close this is. There's bullish divergence on the weekly because we made a lower closing low on price, made a higher low on momentum. That bullish divergence will be confirmed with any weekly close over $330.49. And that would give you an easy target of somewhere around that $400 zone. 5 day as well, basically the same exact setup as the weekly. Momentum flipping to the upside, volatility expanding, contracting, getting close to extreme lows, while the jewel's giving you a buy signal with the pink above the yellow. The oscillator is on a sell, but doesn't matter as much as the pink over the yellow. 2 days currently also positioned to the downside. Volatility is approaching extreme lows. On the jewel, we're starting to get the first signs of a sell signal. It hasn't been confirmed yet. Likely will be invalidated if we do close over this bunch of EMAs. That'll take us up to somewhere around this breakdown zone and this median. Daily also positioned to the currently positioned to the upside. Volatility close to getting to expansion, still below that moving average. However, we want to see a close over this cluster of EMAs, 21 and the 55, and this 38.2. And if we close over this area, it will prevent this from silver crossing to the downside because it came very close. They were basically touching tips right here, this 21 and 55 EMA. In closing over there, we'll start these EMAs to diverge from each other, which will give you a pump along with it. Like whenever you get a silver cross to the downside, you get a dump. When you invalidate them, you usually get the opposite move. Right now, there is an overall bearish cross in the daily, with the pink being below the yellow, but it hasn't freshly crossed since this zone here. So it is very arguable that the move has played out. 4 hour also flipping to the upside on momentum, very close to getting into the bullish control zone. Volatility very close to expansion. Jules giving you a buy signal now in the bearish control zone. I mean, in the bearish control zone, getting right around that 38.2% at about $318. Last time we closed over the 38.2%, right over. Where's my thing like? Right over here, and we ended up going towards about 78.6. At that time, that was about the 88.3 whenever we got to close. So 88.3 right now is sitting around that $340, $350 zone. Let me go to the RSI. Quarterly last hidden bullish divergence. You're going to be active as long as you're closing over about $214. Next target is going to be the simple moving average. Well, first is the neutral zone, then the simple moving average. Neutral zone is at about 359, not that much far off. And the moving average is right now at $505. I like that number a lot more. Monthly, nothing. 2 week currently has bearish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing below about $357.54. Next move is the critical zone, which right now it says is impossible. Weekly has fresh hidden bearish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing below $330.49. Next move is into the neutral zone, which is right now at about 287. And volatility sitting at 0%. 5 days, same thing as the weekly, hidden bearish divergence, volatility at 0%. 3 days, starting to put in some hidden bullish divergence. And this will confirm with any close over about $312.45. And that will give you an easy move into the bullish control zone, which right now is sitting at about $360. And then the critical zone is at about 550. I like this number a lot more. With volatility sitting at extreme lows at 3%. 2 day as well as putting in a drive hidden bullish divergence. That will confirm with any close over about 312.12. That gives you a move into the easy move is into the neutral zone, which is at 325, and then the bullish control zone. That level is at about 366. Critical zone is the number I like more at 517. And last time we expanded from this level on volatility, we went to the critical zone. And let's find another example. Right over here too, we went to the critical zone. Daily is putting in a drive of regular bullish divergence. This is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drives of bullish divergence. And that will confirm with any close over $312.12. Same number as before. It gives you 2 targets. Easy one is the simple moving average and then the bullish control zone. Simple moving average is at about 328. The bullish control zone is 352. 350 is our short-term target. Remember to that'll give us the possibility of turning this bounce into a reversal. 4 hour, nothing. Not really momentum.
As you're going, let me tell you what I think, or the way I'm looking at this. So Q2 was terrible for Tesla, was terrible for Rivian. Both got punished, blah, 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 came down. Q3 is going to be incredible, and it's incredible already as far as production goes and delivery, simply because of the tax incentive going away in September. So everyone's front running that, right? So people are buying them, etc. And eventually the fourth quarter is going to be absolute dog shit. So right now you're going to see a higher low being formed between now and then we're going to nuke, and that should be the maximum opportunity. What do you think?
Yeah, I kind of agree with that.
Nice. Very biased.
I don't think it's going to be that easy to just go straight up to current highs. I think maybe somewhere around that 350, 360 zone, possibly 400. But I think from there it's going to make a higher low.
I would agree with that too.
So on the quarterly right now on Tesla, we are getting momentum freshly flipping to the upside, rejecting the bearish control zone, and we are going to be flipped up as long as we're closing over about $211.45. And we have hidden bullish divergence after taking out these previous lows and putting in a significantly higher low, which has also been confirmed. And this is pretty close to breaking into the bullish control zone. Monthly is currently still positioned to the downside, but it's very close to flipping up, and it will flip up if you can close over about $297.30. 2 week is currently flipped to the upside, very close to breaking out of the bearish control zone, and it will be flipped up as long as you're closing over about $270 and let's say 271. Weekly currently at 0% volatility. Momentum is currently freshly flipped to the downside, rejecting the bearish control zone, and we're going to be flipped down as long as we're closing below about $337. Let's see. Derp of death. Last time we had a derp of death, how much of a move down did we get? About 10% to the downside. Fuck, I think Fibbo ran outside.
Bad people, no.
How's the door open?
Someone rang the doorbell before.
Yeah, but I vividly remember closing it.
I'm sure he'll be on the same place you found him last time, probably, if he's not outside.
5-day also positioned to the downside with volatility at extreme lows. Pointed down as long as you're closing below about 337. 2-day also positioned to the downside freshly, close to flipping back up, right at that edge of the bearish control zone, and it will flip up if you close over about 319.50. Daily also positioned to the downside, also very close to flipping back up, and it will flip up if you close over about 319. 4 hours currently freshly flipped to the upside, approaching the edge of the bearish control zone, and it will be flipped up as long as you're closing over about 302.50. The high time frames on Tesla are looking to me like we're going to get a nice move from here. Not exactly super bullish, but I am leaning more towards the bullish side with momentum flipping freshly back up on the quarterly, right at the edge of the bearish control zone. Volatility has now freshly gone into an expansion phase while momentum flips up with hidden bullish divergence, getting that volatility expansion from basically the same place you got it from in 2020 and 2019 when you got that several thousand% move. On all of your medium-term time frames, they are currently positioned to the downside, and all of the lower ones are starting to flip back up. Like the 4 hours now freshly flipped to the upside. From here, it does look like you're going to get a move into somewhere on the low time frames about 330, maybe 350, and I do expect some type of reaction around there, even if we can be bullish, a little bit of a rejection. And then if we can get a daily close over about $367, that's what's going to be enough for me to call a reversal to somewhere around the low to mid 400s, and at that point I am going to be thinking we're going to go to new all-time highs. But I don't have any data to base off of, just my personal bias is I think somewhere around that 360s to $400 zone I might get a rejection, put in a higher low, and then continue upwards to $500. But I have zero data to base that off of. That's just speculation. And some the invalidation on the bullishness is either getting a tick below about $214 or a weekly close below, say, $273. Either one of those two things, and then I'm going to be looking for a more deeper pullback to probably somewhere around that $180 to $190 zone, and then we'd have to reevaluate. But as of now, I do think we're going to continue up a little bit, and then we'll have to see if we get any weakness in that $360 to $400 zone, or if we can just smash through it, and happy days go to new all-time highs.
Exactly. All right. Well, you're done. Go get your little babies. And do you need anything? Do you want to say anything? Look at anything before you go?
I've just watched that $117,000 area on Bitcoin, and If you start seeing any weakness there, then likely you're going to be testing 110s.
Sounds good. All righty. We're on it. Thank you so much, bud. Keep me posted, please, with FIBO.
Will do. Buenas tardes and hasta luego, muchachos.
Hasta luego. Ok, aquí estamos. Tesla. Les tengo que decir, Tesla tiene acá, y es muy importante esto, Tesla y tal cual, también Rivian, para todos ustedes que están preguntándose qué sigue, qué va a pasar, etcétera. Voy a borrar todos estos dibujitos, creo que seguro son innecesarios. Tenemos el último cuarto que fue malo para las dos, el segundo cuarto, ¿ok? Fue pésimo para las dos y eso hizo que pues, corrigieran, que estuvieran de acá, para abajo, ¿ok? Ahora vas a tener un tercer cuarto explosivo al alza. ¿Por qué? Porque vamos a retirar el incentivo que damos cuando compramos coches eléctricos. Eso quiere decir que van a ser más caros. Por lo que todo el mundo ahorita está ordenando Teslas como enfermo y también Rivians y todos los coches eléctricos como locos. Es como lo mismo que le dijeron a todos, van a subir los precios, ven, antes de que llegue la inflación. Ahora van a subir los precios, ven y cómpralo antes de que se acaben los créditos. Entonces, todo el mundo está, pero ya lo están haciendo. Esto no te estoy platicando de lo que va a ser el futuro. Literalmente están hasta la madre en entregas y en producción en Tesla y Rivian y todas estas empresas de coches eléctricos. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que muy probablemente de aquí a los próximos resultados, eso vaya a ser alcista para el precio. Pero todos, absolutamente todos los economistas serios o inversores serios, cualquiera de las dos o las dos, saben que el cuarto va a ser una mierda. Lo saben. ¿Por qué? Porque ya lo vimos. Ya vimos lo que pasó con el pull forward and demand en Ford y luego vimos lo que pasó después. Bueno, estamos viendo lo que pasó después y ahora estamos viendo lo que pasó al principio con los de los coches y ahora vamos a ver en el cuarto lo de después. Y ahí es donde entra este análisis. Para que lo tengan, solamente quería darme el previo para todos ustedes. Vamos a empezar, por supuesto, que en la trimestral. Acá lo tienen. En la trimestral, muy alcista, lo saben, lo han visto todo este tiempo. Tenemos mínimos más altos, mínimos más altos, mínimos más altos y continuamos. Altos más altos, etcétera. Bien, estamos por encima de nuestro promedio del 9, 21, 34. El 34 es literalmente esta línea. Chistoso, pero a cierto punto entiendan que cuando el precio toque el promedio del 34, ahí es donde quieres agregar la mayor cantidad posible a tu posición en Tesla, de acuerdo a este gráfico. ¿Ok? Cada que ha sido tocado ha sido la oportunidad del siglo. Es la línea blanca. Para los que se preguntan qué vergas es el promedio del 34, es la línea blanca. Ahora, es lo que estamos viendo en la trimestral. Vamos a la mensual. En la mensual estamos por debajo de nuestro promedio del 9, que está en los 3.25. Definitivamente, todavía nos quedan 23 días y 3 horas para poder cerrar por encima de lo perdiste, tuviste un retesteo bajista, pero no caíste más allá de esta última vela estilo toperona. Esto me dice que esto es una trampa y esto probablemente sí vaya a romper. Vayamos a romper los 3.35 e ir a buscar los 3.70. De romper los 3.70 vamos a poder ir a buscar los 4.14. Y ahí es donde tal vez nosotros encontremos euforia máxima, hacer que todo el mundo se meta acá y esto nos vaya a rechazar para el cuarto y encontrarnos por acá una vez más con el precio una vez que se dé esto. Es lo que yo pienso hasta ahora, ¿ok? 2 semanas estamos por encima del promedio del 9 que está en los 3.11. Lo pueden ver por acá ya más cerrado en este rango. Estamos siendo apoyados por el 21 que se encuentra en los 305 y esta estructura continúa. Por más que en esta temporalidad no se vea así, esto es literalmente está haciendo bajos más altos todo este tiempo. No, como lo tenía, creo que así. Y ahora está entrando una vez más el precio de vuelta al triángulo, lo que nos tiene que decir que nos vamos a ir a los 334 una vez más. Una vez que podamos romper los 334, vamos a tener una probabilidad muy alta de ir a los 370. Yendo a los 370 vas a poder definitivamente ir a buscar entre los 400 y los 414. Esa va a ser la siguiente zona de de interés. Ahora, les voy a poner el HPDR para que lo vean. Pueden ver que estamos por encima de la media el día de hoy en la de 2 semanas. Estando por encima de la media y faltan 9 días y 3 horas para cerrar esto, tenemos más probabilidades de ir a la parte alta de la zona azul, que se encuentra a $4 de mi línea meme en los 370. ¿Ok? Eso quiere decir que siempre y cuando aguantemos por acá los 305 y no lo perdamos, vamos a poder ir a esta zona de arriba. Perdemos los 305, vamos a ir a visitar nuestro promedio del 34 en los 292. Si los 292 no aguantan, vamos a caer a los 280. Y de los 280, si no aguantan, y el promedio del 55, que viene en 274, no aguantan, y perdemos esta línea meme del 50%, esto me diría que olvídate que vamos a ir para arriba y vamos a ir para abajo. Semanal, un poco de la misma historia, pero vamos a ir buscando a la media. En la semanal, 318.50, estamos a centavos de nuestro promedio del 9 de poder tomarlo. Faltan 2 horas y 3 días para cerrar esto. Esto nos da más probabilidad, una vez que estemos por encima del promedio del 9, en probablemente 15 segundos, de poder ir a buscar la media que se encuentra, donde está la línea verde de aquí arriba. Una vez que rompamos la línea verde de aquí arriba, que es también la media, vamos a poder ir a la parte alta de la zona azul que coincide con la línea meme. O sea, Tesla es una de las acciones más fáciles de tradear del planeta. Ahora, intraday trading es diferente. A largo plazo es pan comido, tío, pan comido. Diaria, lo pueden ver acá. Vamos a empezar acá. En la diaria, lo que estamos buscando es poder retomar este SMA 200, la línea morada que viene acá. ¿Por qué? Les voy a enseñar. Esta línea que ha venido de acá ha sido perdida, retesteada, ganada y pompazo. Perdida, retesteada, ganada, pompazo. Y ahora lo que queremos hacer es, bueno, la perdiste acá, pero este no fue un pompazo. Y ahora, siempre y cuando rompas los 322 a la alza, 328 van a ser tu siguiente objetivo y de ahí los 340. Entonces, si estoy viendo a Tesla, lo voy a ver en la semanal también. Voy a ponerlo acá. Voy a ver esto. Está entrando una vez más en el triangulito. Si rompes los 334 a la alza, muchas probabilidades, bueno, las probabilidades favorecen el 370. De romper simplemente los 200, ¿cuál es el alto de esta vela? 367 a la alza, deberías de poder ir a los 400 a 414. Aquí es donde vamos a ver dónde estamos parados. Porque personalmente yo no creo que vayamos a hacer un nuevo máximo histórico. O si lo vamos a hacer sería por poquito o un doble techo en el pecho. Pero más allá de eso, me cuesta trabajo entender qué sería más alcista para Tesla en el cuarto, cuando todo esté en la mierda, sean los peores resultados que hemos visto en no sé cuánto tiempo, porque todo el mundo fue y compró. O sea, toda la demanda del cuarto que iba a haber se vino al tercer cuarto. Entonces, ¿dónde nos va a dejar parados? Sencillo. ¿Eres alcista? ¿Quieres aguantar los 318.50? 318.50 te llevan a los 334. Romper 334 te lleva a los 370. Romper los 370 te va a llevar a los 400, a 414. Y ya de ahí podríamos hablar de alto histórico. Pero si eres alcista y estás equivocado, es fácil de entender. Lo único que tienes que hacer es cargarte los $300 para abajo. Y si llegas a cualquier cosa por debajo de los 269, esto va a ir a la línea roja, los 190. Así que Tesla continúa siendo alcista en intraday trading. Vamos a verlo rápido. Yo pondría ahorita esto me da más preferencia que esto sea un long, que va a venir hasta acá, al 320 y tantos, y puede volver a caer acá a los 317, 316, otra vez subir, hacer como que no va a ser un alto más alto que este en los 328, caer hasta los 320 y de aquí explotar al alza. Entonces, no es algo tan sencillo de simplemente tradear, aunque en la de 4 horas tienes un setup de volatilidad importante. Y en lo que tienes este setup de volatilidad, déjame ver el HPDR en la de 4 horas. Ya estás en la parte alta de esto. Si esto se llega a dar a la alza, te debería de poder ayudar romper los 320 e ir a los 328. Si llega a dar a la baja, vas a ir a los 300. 300 y que Dios te ampare ahí, que aguante es lo que diría yo. Y ahí básicamente lo tienen, damas y caballeros. ¿Para qué les cuento? ¿Para qué les digo? ¿Para qué les miento? Ahí lo tienen. bastante fácil para entender. Y pues vamos a ver. Vamos a ver cómo nos va con todo esto. No hay más que decir, simplemente eso. El mercado, tal cual como la bolsa, no lo estoy volteando, no la he vuelto a ver, no la he volteado a ver, pero yo esperaría que le vaya bien a la bolsa en el siguiente cuarto, simplemente por todo el momentum que trae. Si lo estamos analizando un poco más como vimos con Tesla, todo fue comprado. Lo que viene para después en en este cuarto. Y después lo que sigue ya va a ser muy lento. Y eso también, ahora tienen que tener en cuenta, y tengo que decirlo en voz alta, esto da más a mi bias de vamos a tener un pésimo último cuarto y primer cuarto del siguiente año, y ahí es donde van a decir, ok, esto es el fondo y vámonos a la chingada, que sería muy oportuno. Entonces por eso se los tengo que decir, igual estoy equivocado, pero por ahora yo sí veo mínimo el camino a ese lugar, con la demanda traída para adelante por los incentivos acabándose, por ende la gente que iba a comprar coche, que estaba considerando comprar un coche eléctrico para Navidad o así, ya lo está comprando ahorita. Y a menos de que algo digan, algo hagan y ofrezcan cierto tipo de mega descuentos o algo así, esto está cocinado. Y de ahí ya podemos, esa sería la oportunidad de oro, porque Tesla está a nada de lograr algo completamente impresionante con sus robots y con todo eso. Y es lo que les quería decir. Por cierto, para todos ustedes que estén en Salovisa, son $8,000 de aquí al el concurso del 1 de septiembre. El que gane el 1 de septiembre se va a llevar $8,000. Lo único que tienes que hacer es tener una identificación, cabrón, oficial y ser mayor de edad. Lo siento, mi estimado. Lo siento. Pero pues ahí lo tienen, $8,000, salovisa.com para registrarte, para participar es gratis, solamente tienes que registrarte y con eso estás del otro lado. Les mando, y por cierto, nadie me preguntó, he estado testeando todo esto, quiero hacer videos aparte de los nadie me preguntó y enfocarme en los nadie me preguntó en los martes, los jueves y tal vez uno en fin de semana, para simplemente tener suficientes cosas de qué hablar que sean entretenidas, poder hacer el research correcto y todo esto, y también para darle espacio a todo, y también porque quiero vivir mi vida. Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos, muchísimas gracias, me voy a la playa, pórtense bien y pues gracias por todo, gracias por todo, de corazón, me divierto mucho haciendo estas cosas, así que gracias por estar aquí y darme vuelo en mis pendejadas.